Okay. I'm gonna do a board check to see if how many people we have on here.
President Hatter, I believe you have everyone except for Mrs. Morning.
Okay, okay. Yeah, okay, great. Because it's hard for me to tell on this end since it's in presentation mode. I don't get to see the whole board the way I normally do. Okay.
Well, we can fix that. Now you can see everyone.
Okay. Awesome sauce. Okay, so I think we'll hold for a couple of more minutes, see if she joins, and we will start in 2 minutes.
Nice to see Mike Porall sweater casual tonight. Well, that's a new look.
I would give you a description of yesterday, but it would not be fitting for the TV audience, so we'll hold on.
Like, did anyone actually get to play in the snow?
Oh yeah.
My children definitely did. They built a fort out of snow.
Very good.
Good.
No, I've been out there almost every day. I think one day I didn't go out, but I've got a pretty steep driveway, and so it makes for a lot of fun sledding. We built a small bobsled track down the driveway, and it's been a lot of fun.
No. I grew up in the snow. No, none of this is nice.
That's right, Kansas City, right?
Yes, and like this reminds me of snow when I was growing up. That's been years ago.
Hmm.
And but we never stopped going. We had people, we had people to do the streets and whatnot, but this is different. And I'm so sorry to hear about your pipe situation, Leanna, because I tell you what, I've been where you are. In fact, I had a busted water main in December, and we just fixed it. So far, so good. Because I tell you what, that's nothing nice.
All right. Well, I'm glad that like you was able to finally get that fixed, because it is nothing nice to have water everywhere. It is now it's almost 5:35, a couple seconds away from that. So we will go ahead and call our meeting to order. So if you guys could prepare your minds to get into our meeting mode. We appreciate Lil Rock. We appreciate you guys for tuning in and watching. And please continue to reach out and share your thoughts and opinions with each of us. Board directors, I'm happy to see you guys doing well and on live, to where we are able to come together and talk about the business of the district, and looking forward to hearing the information that our district superintendent will give to us pertaining enrollment for next year, looking at school buildings and so forth, touching on testing as well. So with that, I guess I have already started it, but as you guys know, guys, be ready. We're about to get into the Pledge of Allegiance, and I will call on Mr. Mason. Would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
You would have to call on an old Boy Scout, wouldn't you?
Okay, amen.
I have to stand. I have to, excuse my attire. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States
of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, awesome. Thank you guys so much. And next we'll have a word of inspiration, 15 seconds. Let's see who will do that. Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Ms. Hatter. For me, the inspiring thing for me today are all the people who are continue to serve our community in spite of great challenges. The folks who are staffing our hospitals, the folks who are trying to keep our roads as clear as possible, people who are keeping the grocery stores rolling. And those are the people that inspire me. And many of them are families who have their children in the Little Rock School District. And many thanks to all of them.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. Definitely our first responders, not only from an EMT level, but for everybody that's keeping us, keeping the city and all of us going. The other thing, I will close on this and turn it over to our superintendent, Mike Poor. As you guys know, our very own Tania Kelly. Woo! All right. I am very, 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 very proud of her. I've been knowing her since her elementary years, and she has truly proven and talk about self-determination, which is our word of the month. When I met her at a rehearsal, she said that she was training to be a legendary international singer. And for her to be on American Idol, it just shows how, as long as you have the thought, you put in the work and you do the training and you stay focused. And she did that not only with her singing ability, with her voice as her instrument, but also in her studies and staying on top of those. And I am just so proud, as I know you guys are, to know that she is part of the Little Rock School District family. She goes to Central High, so she's a proud Tiger. And again, I just want us all to just give it up for Tania Kelly. Her stage name is Nia Renee, but yeah, so excited. And with that, I will turn it over to Mike Poor. And remember, self-determination is our word of the month. So think about that and be ready to share at our next meeting how you demonstrated that from a community standpoint. Mr. Poor, it's good to see you.
Thank you so much, and welcome and good evening to all the board members and to our community that are watching tonight. As we've had in our last meeting, this has a little bit different format in that we are Facebook Live right now. We are capturing this and we'll air it later on our TV station. So we're on a Zoom meeting as a group of leaders, but our community is watching it through Facebook Live, and then we connect that out into our other platforms. And I appreciate the efforts of Jeremy Owa and Pam Smith for the legwork to get everything set up. Quick word on Tania. She has sang at numerous Little Rock district occasions, and Pam is the one that made me aware of her. And she sang at the Washington National Baseball Star Spangled Banner. She sang. She is also a part of the Art Porter music entourage, so to speak, which I think is really important aspect of our culture and our community, because our Porter music group is just really wonderful for what it does for kids. So thank you, Ms. Hatter, for bringing her up. We have 2 items for this retreat tonight, and these items are really to set in motion, other things that you may want to pursue and look at and do. These are opportunities for us as leaders to talk out loud about some very important topics. You can see that our agenda in front of us is that we've got the spring assessment guidance. So we're going to provide you a little bit of what the state is saying. We're going to provide you a little bit of what we as a district are doing, and then share a little bit of our own thoughts on realities, and then let you all talk. We then will move into the district-wide enrollment response, and you can see that we've got numerous topics that we will cover as a part of package. And there will be plenty of time throughout this meeting to where we strategically stop to allow the board to converse, communicate, help guide, and we're looking forward to moving forward. So our first topic tonight is spring assessment guidance. And I've asked Dr. Owa to really lead this part of the presentation and be able to share a little bit. We know we provided you what the state said. We know it's important for our audience to understand kind of the state's point of view. We also want to share some of our realities. So Dr. Owa, I'll let you go.
Thank you, Superintendent Poore, and good evening, President Hatter and the rest of our board of directors. Just quickly want to share with you the spring assessment guidance that we have received from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. Of course, our state summative assessments will be administered on site for the spring of 2021. And per their directive, and just what we also utilize the information for with the spring testing, it's used to determine our students' learning needs relative to acceleration, intervention, enrichment, and remediation. When we have requests from our parents to maybe accelerate one of our students, when we have a request for pre-AP, AP placement, all of the data such as the spring testing assessment factors into that discussion per our board policies. And so we want to make sure we have multiple strands of data, and the summative spring assessment data is one of those important pieces of data that we utilize. They also encouraged us to have safe testing options and to have expanded flexibility in our testing windows, group size, locations, and schedules. And then, of course, a reminder that this is not a district decision. The statewide testing spring summative assessment is a requirement at the federal level as well as the state level. And of course, while we have the legal requirement, we also want to make sure that we remind everyone that the focus is really on our students, is giving us a picture snapped at a particular time of where our students are, their learning expectations, and how we can frame and develop our instruction moving on, but also, more importantly, how we can prepare our students for college and career and life and as a whole after they leave us their 12th grade year. But because we know that there are several concerns, we have parents who are still opting in the virtual learning environment as well as the in-person learning environment. And because we're still dealing with the pandemic, we know that there's a lot of concerns. So as a district level, in light of the requirements that we know that we have both at the state level and the federal level, we have already started the process of visiting existing buildings within the district, preparing them for assessments so that all of our students who are currently in the virtual learning environment will not have to, for the most part, go to their assigned school, that we would have smaller environments, smaller opportunities at different schedules, different times for them to come and participate in the assessment. For example, we're looking at Wilson Elementary School, which is currently not being used right now, and also looking at areas in Hall, STEAM High School that are not being used to stage them for testing sites for smaller groups, individual groups of students, both who may be in the virtual learning environment and in the in-person learning environment. We've also started to have conversations about using virtual Fridays just as an alternative for our parents who would like to utilize that opportunity for their students who are currently in the virtual learning environment to come to school and may take the assessment individually or in a smaller group. And so that's going to be an option as well as we move forward. Currently, I do want to share with the board with our parents that we are currently administering a number of assessments. We've made several changes in how we deliver those. In fact, we have the ACT assessments that is coming next week, and we've made adjustments to the instructional day so that we can accommodate all of our 11th grade students at the high school level so that they're able to test in a safe environment. We also have an alternative date as well. So some 11th grade students will take the assessment Tuesday, February 23rd, and others, based on their school's decision, may take it in March. So we have flexibility in both times and settings to accommodate the current situation that we're in with COVID-19. I'm open for any questions that you may have, board members, at this time. We also have Dr. Robinson, Mauricia Robinson, and Dr. Danielle Cummings from our assessment and evaluation office here to answer questions as well.
Okay, I will, oh, I'm so sorry, you guys. I was so into what Dr. Owa was saying. I fell into the participant mode. So I will go ahead and now open it up for discussions. Thank you, Dr. Owa, for highlighting those satellite testing sites as well as the various options, and a reminder about the ACT testing that will go forth next week. So that is very important. We need to make sure that our students show up to take that ACT test. Okay, so board directors, do you have any, again, I don't have my normal screen, so if you can just unmute and begin speaking, and if anyone's talk over each other, I will go ahead and facilitate the traffic. Okay, thank you, Dr. Owa. Okay, seeing that there are.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vicki, I did. I just didn't want to jump in and interrupt.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, is now okay. I just have a few questions. And some of these I may just be reiterating. The district has no option, correct, of seeking any sort of waiver. That would have to be something that would have to be done at the state level. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Nolan, that's correct. Okay.
I will tell you, I've gotten a lot of calls and complaints from parents whose children are learning virtually. It's not necessarily about having to take the assessment, but it's about having to take it in person. And I just want to reaffirm, the in-person requirement is part of, is it state or federal requirements for this particular assessment? Is that correct?
It's a federal requirement. So that's not an option that we have as the district. It's a federal requirement for this summative assessment for students to be in person. So we don't have the flexibility like we've had with some of our other assessments throughout the year, such as the NWEA, to be able to do both in person and virtual. With the summative assessment, it has to be done in person.
Dr. Owa, if I may, because this is a good interjection, can you please share why that is? And it goes to the training, the integrity of the testing space. Can you explain why that needs to happen, the ACT Aspire in person, compared to not being able to do it virtually? So parents watching, and to answer our Director Nolan's question, because the NWEA is separate, it's a different level test. So if you could share that, please, or delegate someone else. Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am, and I appreciate that question, but I'm definitely going to let the experts to answer that. Dr. Cummings or Dr. Robinson, will you please provide that response?
Sure. The requirement for students to come in person for summative assessment is mainly because the tests are standardized for the spring assessments. And in order for the state to use that data to for federal purposes to show that our students have grown, that they have achieved, they have to have a standardized delivery. And so all students have to have as close to the same possible environment and delivery of the assessment as the assessment designed for it to be.
Dr. Cummings, were you finished? You and the music stopped at the same time.
I'm sorry, that's my background. Yes, that is the main reason. It is a standardized, those tests are standardized in the spring, and that is the main reason. All of that data is used for state and federal purposes, and the assessment has to be in a standardized, it has to be delivered in a standardized manner as the test was designed to be.
And Dr. Cummings, are you able to then test on, just highlight the proxy on why it needs to be in person with a trained person, because people have to go, the staff have to go through training to be able to administer the test. So would a parent be able to administer the same or provide that same level of structure outside of the home? Can you talk very quickly about that too, those two?
Absolutely. So anyone giving this is a state law, anyone giving the assessment or overseeing the assessment must be a licensed employee of the district, not only that, or have a waiver from the state as an educator or administrator. Not only that, but the items on the test are secure items. And so anyone handling the test materials, dealing with the test at all must be trained. They must sign secure agreement, a security agreement, and that must be on file with the state in order for the students to take that test. And so that is to ensure that, again, there's standard delivery of the test across the board.
Thank you,
Dr. Cummings, can you share the reason why we were able to give the NWEA and the virtual at home versus the spring? I know there was several questions about that.
Sure. So the state allowed the NWEA to be provided virtually. Of course, parents had to go through a short training and to give those tests, but those tests though they were state administered tests, those tests were more of an interim test. The spring, the last test that the K-2 students take is in fact a standardized one. That last K-2 NWEA assessment is a standardized one that the state uses for data purposes. So that's the difference.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Dr. Cummings and Dr. Owa. Director Nolan, back onto your questions. I just thought that was a great point to educate our families on why there was a difference with those two assessments being able to administer very differently before versus now. So Director Nolan, please.
Well, thank you. And you're right, jump in anytime just to help clarify, because those are things I'm sure that many other board members are hearing from the families that we serve as well. One thing that I've gotten, and I know that I'm going to present the question as a factual question. I don't want to present it as encouraging anyone to do anything, but I have gotten the question multiple times, what are the repercussions if people choose not to bring their children on campus for the testing? So if you all could answer, what are the repercussions for the student and what are the repercussions for the district?
Let me take a stab at that first, Ms. Noland. And so, first off, the integrity of the assessment, of course, it does give value to us. And so I want to make sure that we share that it does give us information that we can use on the behalf of that individual child, because it goes down into kid level data, but it also helps us at grade levels and it helps us at schools to really understand strengths and weaknesses. And especially in this time of a pandemic where we know there's been learning loss, there is real value to having some form of assessment data that is standardized across the board. When it gets down into, we are in a different place on terms of where we're at, because there is a 1-year hiatus on report cards. So typically, if we fell below the 95% level, that would really impact our report card. But there is a year, 1 more year of not having report card grades right now. So if we fall below that 95%, it will not impact our report card in a direct way with a letter grade, although that data will still be available and seen that we did not meet the target. It does not fall into our exit criteria plan, of where we're at. I hope that answers your question, Ms. Nolan.
Well, yes, it does, especially as to the district. I will say I've heard directly from parents whose principal or teacher has said, you are required. And they've asked me just, what does that mean for my student if I'm, if there's someone in my household that has a serious condition and we're still not comfortable or something like that. So I just want to be able to give a direct response to those families.
I think that the requirement part of it comes in the fact that we have a responsibility as a district to do everything in our power to conduct the assessment in the way that the state has asked us to. And that's on us to try to do that. Obviously a parent, they give a lot of things into consideration. We want to try to sell the fact of how safe we're going to be with the assessment and provide options for the assessment. So I hope that helps with how you might be able to, you and other board members might be able to approach parents, is that, our responsibility as a district is to do everything we can to make it happen. So principals are going to push to try to get students to come in to take the assessment.
Thank you, Superintendent Poor, and Director Nolan, and Dr. Cummings and Owa for that. I think it's too important just to remember that as a district, what they, in essence of what they're saying is that they have a set of criteria that they have to push and have to meet, and then they in return come back and they convey that right to the families of the district. So if are there any other questions on the board? I'm not seeing anybody.
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
President Hatter, I have one more question. In your presentation, Dr. Owa, you mentioned that there will be times for virtual Fridays and potentially after hours and Saturdays. Will it be the student's teacher doing that testing after hours, or like who's going to actually be giving the test?
Well, Mrs. Wilson, I'm not sure that I said Saturdays, but
maybe I made that up.
Okay.
That was just wishful thinking.
No, can I jump in? On Saturdays, that is an option that the state has provided. I don't think we pursued that.
Thank you, Superintendent Port. But Mrs. Wilson, to answer your question, that's anything that's outside the school day. Of course, we will, of course, compensate our team of teachers and administrators who will be overseeing that. But most of the revised schedules or schedule for testing will take place during the actual school day. Like even on Virtual Friday, we do understand the importance of what that day symbolizes for our students recovering and catching up, but as well as our teachers planning. And so our goal is not to have every Virtual Friday used for testing, but we also do not want to lose an opportunity to be able to use that time at least once a month to provide that option for our parents who would like to have a smaller setting and environment for their student to assess.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question. What is the time frame for the testing? Is it 2 hours, 4 hours, or what?
It varies, Mrs. Johnson, based on the actual portion of the test. Each segment of the test has a different time length.
Okay.
And it also varies at the grade levels as well. On, for example, the reading portion, how the length of that, the writing portion, and so forth.
Okay. Okay.
I have a question regarding appointments. Since Director Nolan's parents have may have problems, or students may have health issues or other physical disabilities, is the district considering appointment times for these?
Yes, sir. That's part of the flexibility. And we also know that this may stretch our school level educators as well. So it's during that time, there will be all hands on deck. So all of our district leaders who are certified educators will also be assisting with administering the assessments too. So that's part of the planning to provide support to make sure that we're able to provide that for all of our families and all of our students.
And another noted point is the state, I guess a couple weeks ago, or last week, it's all starting to run together with the timeline. They did extend the testing period. So, and so that kind of plays into the district's favor of being able to schedule those appointments as Mr. Mason pointed out. So I am moving the agenda forward. Okay, Superintendent Poor, back to you.
Thank you. And just for our public, I do want to share that right now we do have all 9 board members logged in, and I think that speaks well of the folks that you as a community have elected. So thank you, board members, for all making time on this special night for a retreat and covering these 2 topics. So this one is obviously the one where we'll probably dive a little bit deeper into it. And I want to share that when you're dealing with challenging topics, I hope, and I know that there probably are some that will say, well, you haven't done enough of that. But the more challenging the topic, the more time you need to put into it, and the more you need to try to seek input from your community. So obviously tonight helps us set the stage. We're hopeful that as board members, as you review some of these topics, that as the conversation proceeds, that you will come up with questions that allow us to say, hey, in the future, can we have this to have as additional information so that we can be better prepared for you and for our community. As an example, today, Director Nolan provided us 3 questions that fit into this topic kind of in advance. And we can't answer them right now, but we're going to work on that and prepare for providing that information later. The other thing is that it's really easy when you have topics that are controversial. Topics as controversial can mean budget reductions. Those are difficult things for any community because your budget, basically it's 80% people. And so when you reduce your budget, it means that you're reducing the number of employees within the district. That's controversial. When you think about, moving or doing something different with schools, that can be controversial. And so one of the things that I would ask you as board members is to do everything in your power to follow your governance models that we've been working on. And that really means to filter your questions through us. That might mean that at some point we need to go do a tour at a certain site. It might mean that we need to have a certain set of principals that are in front of you to talk to you and ask questions. We're never going to hide information or data from you. But we also don't want to put people in weird spots of them thinking that maybe questions coming from board members are, setting them up in some way. And so that's, I know, a fine line because you seek to get information, but please utilize Dr. Owen and myself to help prepare the table for you. And really, again, that's a part of tonight. We want to prepare the table for deeper discussions about our budget. We know that's a key exit criteria to get us out of level 5. And we also know that we are struggling with enrollment. And so with that, we have put together kind of a multiple part presentation on enrollment that deals everything from PR to what we are doing with some of our ESSER funds, to then looking at some trends that we're seeing within different enrollment groups, pre-K, K-5, middle school, high school. And then we're going to specifically talk, as we shared last week, about two of our high schools where enrollments are a little bit lower, and look at some potential options. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed with this presentation. And the first person that will be presenting will be Ms. Smith, who will be sharing a little bit of what our PR plan has been. She has a number of slides, but I think that some of these slides will go fairly quickly as she leads you through the marketing and recruitment plan, and what we try to do to communicate to our stakeholders.
Ms. Smith, you're on mute.
Unmute. Thank you. I apologize about that. But thank you, Mr. Poor, and to Board President Ms. Hatter, board members, our administrators who are participating, as well as the general community. Thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit about the things that we have done to this point related to marketing and recruitment, as well as what we believe could be a short-term proposal, as well as a long-term plan potentially. I was posed a question a couple of years ago about whose job is it to recruit. And I thought about it at that time as a department, but the more that I think about it, it's all of our jobs to recruit, regardless of whether we're a department or an individual school personnel or board members, because if we want people to believe in our product, we've got to sell our own product. We've got to be our own best advocate. So I just wanted to share a few things again that we've done, and I'll try to be brief because Mr. Poor said I have a limited amount of time. And when you get me talking about exciting things happening at the Little Rock School District, because we have excellence throughout the district, in spite of what some may perceive as challenges, we can always look at those as opportunities. So Dr. Owa, if you will go ahead and go to the next slide, if you don't mind. I want to talk a little bit about social media. Now, we've worked to build our social media presence to reach out to stakeholders where they are. For those who may not be familiar, Little Rock School District does have a very robust social media portfolio, and we work to improve and enhance that on a regular basis. We know that social media is a great marketing tool and can reach a diverse audience in real time. So as it's happening, we're able to connect with our community. We use social media to promote school information, highlight student and staff accomplishments, respond to concerns, and to hopefully attract and engage new stakeholders. Since 2012, we have seen a steady increase in our Facebook following. We had about 1,700 in 2012, and now we have over 27,000. And we began using the live stream format a few years ago to highlight campus and district events. And because the pandemic has caused us to have to rethink how we deliver information, we shifted to the all virtual or mostly virtual platforms to stream our meetings. Now, the Facebook live stream feature provides additional outreach opportunities. For example, in some of our board meetings, while we might have once had about 10 people attend in person, we have reached upwards of 200 people at a single board meeting. And I view that as an opportunity to not only learn more about the district and what we offer, but also to share celebrations. And those are additional recruitment tools. We use Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LRSD TV, Vimeo, YouTube. We have an LRSD Now blog and Parent Link to push out a constant stream of information and marketing material. I want to give you a quick snapshot of our social media efforts. The slide that you're looking at now shows that we have, as I mentioned already, 27,000 plus people who follow us. Now, obviously they're following, and you can see in some instances, thank you, Dr. Owa. You can see in some instances, some posts engage them more than others. You heard Ms. Hatter talk about Tania Kelly, who is our Little Rock representative for American Idol. Well, that post got almost 70,000, it reached almost 70,000 people and continues to rise. So this is a snapshot of year to year and then month to month and week to week based on the things that we have observed. We also use these metrics to gauge when we should post things, how we should post them, and how we can continue to reach our audience. Also, during the same week that you see on the right of your screen, I hope you can see that, it showed that we had a reach of more than 3 times our nearest contemporary. And so what these metrics do is allow us to see what content people react to and how we might capitalize on that kind of engagement. As I mentioned, we also have Twitter. You can go ahead and go to the next slide, Dr. Owa. Okay, thank you. We have a Twitter account. We have 6,000 plus followers. That continues to grow. And we most recently started embarking on Instagram diligently to try to reach a whole different set of stakeholders, because we know that younger people like Instagram. We've been told that only old people are on Facebook, just so you know. The website, though, is our biggest marketing tool. So if you'll go to that, Dr. Owa, to the next slide. And we're constantly looking for ways to enhance the user experience. This is a year-to-year look from February of last year to February of this year. As you can see, we had almost 500,000 people visit the website, and they spent 1.4, or we had 1.4 million sessions. That means that these are people who spent time looking at the website, and that has increased by 56% and 59% respectively. And I'm sure a lot of that had to do with what information we were sharing related to the pandemic. But anytime you get eyes on your website, it's an opportunity to market. So if you'll go ahead and go to the next slide, Dr. Owa. Just want to quickly go through these to show you how we get users to our website, excuse me. We acquire visitors and users. This is how people find our page. Organic searches, directly going to the page by typing in LRSD.org. Referrals, when people refer to the page, or we have documents that link to our page. Also social media. So you can see these numbers continue to build, and we use this again as a way to determine how we want to better engage our audience. Okay, here's something that you might find interesting on the next slide. Well, those are our tools that point to our page, the referrals. I'm sorry, go to the next slide, please. This is what was interesting to me as we think about how we reach our community, is how they access our website. As you can see, more people access the website through mobile usage, and that means that we have to have a website that is what you refer to as responsive. So no matter what device our community is accessing or using to access our website, we want to make sure that it is responsive. So if you use your cell phone to access the website, it formulates or configures to your phone, excuse me. So those are just some ways that we're attempting to be more user-friendly and use that as a recruitment and marketing point. Okay, so let's quickly go through some of the methods that we've traditionally used up to this point. I won't belabor the point in terms of sharing all of the ways that we've done things, because as you can look at that screen, you'll see it's been quite extensive. This is from May of last year through the current point in time. We use publications, print and digital, billboards, website. We also have radio partners that we rely on, social media, free and boosted. Now, what does it mean when you say boosted? That means, for example, if we have an ad that we want to make sure it reaches more than just our typical audience, we will pay a little bit of money to boost that ad, and it will push it out to thousands of people at any given time. We also have earned media, which means that we rely on our traditional media partners. We use constant contact to reach out and share information with the media about events and meetings and celebrations and things that are going on in the district. But we also have a great relationship in our department with the media, where we actually pick up the phone and pitch stories and ideas to them that we would like for them to cover. And again, these are opportunities to highlight what's going on in the district, and it gives the community a good look at what we have to offer. So some of the things that we have used to promote, as you can see, the print materials and the publications, you're looking at a snapshot of many of the publications. It's not all inclusive, but we are anywhere there is a family-friendly audience, and we have tried to be very diligent in making sure that we push out information in that way. And these are just some of the collateral materials that we produce in our department on a regular basis. This information is also housed in our virtual backpack. Okay, if you'll go ahead and go to the next slide, Dr. Owa. So as you can see under media events, we also have several. I want to quickly mention also that we do promote our information in English and Spanish. So you'll be aware of that. But one of the things that we try to do in terms of engagement is we try to create events that will make people take note of our district by bringing in parents and community members and other stakeholders. And that way they become ambassadors, and they also help to further our message. So for example, with an event like Dads Take Your Child to School, we highly publicize that. We get people drawn to our website and our Facebook page because they get to vote and have fun, but they in turn are sharing that message with other people. And so hopefully when they see something, they stop and visit our page, they may see something that piques their interest, and they find out some additional information about the district that they weren't aware of. We have network marketing going on a regular basis with faith-based organizations. We have a relationship with over 80 pastors through our Storytime with Pastors, and they have been a great resource for us to share information. And we also, as I mentioned to you, have a blog, but we work with community blogs where we push out information. We push out information through the LRPTA Council, VIPS, neighborhood association groups, the City of Little Rock, Chamber of Commerce, and the Mexican Consulate. So these are ways that we have tried to be very intentional in pushing out information. And you can go to the next slide, Dr. Owa. So one of the things that we've done in recent weeks is we've been working with Mangan Holcomb, and they are helping us fine-tune messaging for Hall. And they helped us develop some themes and also some concepts, and we have been pushing those out through the local publications. We've done radio spots, and some of the assets that you see on your screen now are billboards. And we have a super talented guy in our office. He's learning how to do animation, and he helped create some of these assets that we hope to continue to use throughout the district. Go ahead and push it, Dr. Owa. Okay, would you push the other one? Thank you. So we've been working alongside We've been working alongside Mr. Spencer and with Mangan Holcomb to develop these assets. This process is still ongoing. We have additional meetings with Mangan Holcomb, and you'll be seeing some additional efforts as a result of that. But to begin addressing some of our recruiting challenges and opportunities, we'll put it that way, in the short term, this is just a proposal. We're thinking about suggesting or recommending a recruitment flyer that would be a district-wide celebration to share the wonderful things that are happening in Little Rock School District. And the goal obviously would be to share our educational opportunities with current and new students, because we have to have satisfied customers, still retaining those satisfied customers. And that would include the opportunity to share information about diverse students, not just the students who are National Merit Scholars, although we're certainly proud of them, but we have students who are making accomplishments on every level in the district. And we think that would be appealing to our community to highlight some of those accomplishments and tout those opportunities for our broader community. And you can see the extensive list there, but that is not all inclusive, obviously. Okay, next slide, please. So our distribution channel for getting out this district-wide marketing flyer would be obviously to go home with the in-person students. We'd send it electronically, post in our virtual backpack. Back was left out of that, it's virtual backpack. Did you guys know we had a virtual backpack on the website? Well, that is a place where we house a number of materials that are accessible 24/7. And we use that as, you know, a repository, if you will, just to keep flyers and information top of mind, things that we have produced. It's in virtual backpack. We'll also post to the website. We will use the social media platforms that we have available to us. Also, boosting on social media for increased visibility. As I mentioned to you already, boosting is a way to reach more people. You can reach thousands of people with just a $50 boost. So we're going to work on that. LRSD TV, we have our own channel. We have worked to provide additional content for our channel that would be of interest to our broader community. Also sharing with the networks that we mentioned previously. And the things that I'm mentioning also pertain to our pre-K program as well, especially related to working with our networks for clinics and our churches related to pre-K. We plan to share our assets that we create with them in terms of the flyers, videos, and have conversations with them, be very intentional and directional in our approach and asking them to reach out to their congregations, because we know that pastors obviously are trusted and reliable sources in the community, as well as our other network members. But we want to make sure that we establish, reaffirm, and establish those longstanding relationships to support this effort. Also, we will display this recruitment material in offices and district buildings and distribute through our traditional media partners. We also plan a district-wide recruitment survey for all parents, not just the parents who are currently with us, but the parents who have talked about leaving as well. The school administration at each campus would establish teams to make phone calls. This would not be the auto call. This would be a live person doing a survey that could be uploaded virtually or electronically, a form that we would create, and team members from each school would call all of the parents. And I'm told that we could potentially designate a stipend for LRSD school staff to help with these calls on weekends or after hours. And we could also request City Year to help support those efforts. Team would compile this data and we would establish a task force. The board representation was not included here. I do apologize, but that is on my updated slide. But this task force would be comprised of representatives from the school, administration, representatives from the board, parents, and students to analyze the information that we've collected through our phone calls and use that information to drive decisions that could help create academic programs and other support based on the input that we receive. Now, what happens if we have parents that say they're not coming back? Well, we've collected that data too, and we're finding out what caused you to not want to stay with the district and what can we do to keep you. We'd have a separate committee who would be responsible for doing that kind of follow-up, because you know we can't be just content saying, oh, they're not coming back. This is why they say they're not coming back. Well, what did they tell us as the reasons they weren't coming back, and what can we do to improve this experience and hopefully maybe get them to reconsider? Okay, if you'll go to the next slide. Thank you. So another important component of this marketing proposal is customer service. We've heard it many times that you're only as good as your experience is with your stakeholders. So it's very important for us to always be looking for ways to continue to improve, in my opinion. So we recommend a school-based committee to conduct random check-ins with parents to see how they're doing, and this would be ongoing. It's not just for today or for next week. This would be an opportunity to keep good faith with our parents, but also to find out ways that we can improve. Also, we would have these post QR codes at all of our buildings throughout the district, and they would be QR codes where team members could refer people to the survey by telling them just snap, a shot of this QR code and tell us how we're doing. We would use this information to inform how we improve our services, also establish response protocols. For example, are we going to call somebody back within 24 hours? Are we going to provide an email response within 24 hours? Are we looking for a 95% rate of customer satisfaction? These would be clear, measurable goals that we could establish, and then we would have to develop district-wide standards to make sure that we were following through. The communications team will create a video to showcase the district in all of its glory, because we do have some wonderful things to celebrate. We would work with individual schools to ensure that their Facebook and Twitter pages were current. We would also work with schools to help them create videos to showcase what they have to offer. Some of our schools do a great job, and we just maybe need to figure out a way to help them push that out and make those videos more visible so that parents and community members know what, in fact, we do have to offer to them. We would also look for continued opportunities to post and highlight accomplishments of students and staff and teachers using our in-house tools and platforms through our networks that we've mentioned already and traditional media. And we will continue to reevaluate placement of items on our website. We've received feedback about things that we could do to make the website more user-friendly. So, we've tried to address some of those issues, and that will be ongoing because we want to continue to grow. Also, the long-term plan, this is short-term, the long-term plan would be, as I mentioned previously, to use the information that we've gathered through those surveys to think about maybe partnering with a marketing firm to create and deliver a bigger, broader concept for the entire district that we could roll out if that is something that the board wishes to do or agreed to do. I want to leave you with a quick note that a friend of mine in business shared with me. He talked about how a big box store was the only game in town and they provided videos. Well, they thought they had it going on. Well, here comes a smaller business looking for opportunities to get in on the market. And that smaller business decided that they would meet the customer where they were. And instead of having them come to the store, they decided to stream the videos into the customers' homes. Well, guess what happened to that big box store? It's no longer there. That's because the smaller store found an opportunity and took advantage of it because it said, we want to meet customers where they are and we want to give them what they want instead of us trying to figure out and think about what they want. We want to ask them, what do you want and how can we best deliver it? So that is I hope I didn't take more than 10 minutes. Mr. Port told me that was all the time I had, but that's my proposal and I thank you for the opportunity to share it. And Mr. Port, if you want me to entertain questions or if the administration wants to entertain questions, I'll be quiet now.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, for that presentation. I'll go ahead and I'll open it up for questions. I see Director Nolan have already unmuted, and then look like Jeff Woods will fall in line. Go ahead, Director Nolan, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Smith. That was a very thorough and comprehensive overview of what you all have proposed and planned. I have some questions, but I'm going to start by just saying I know it's incredibly hard to have a bunch of people, suggest different ways to do your job. So these are just suggestions and thoughts. I'm not a communications expert. You are, and the people you are working with are. I will say a lot of what I'm coming to this with, it comes from a background in political communications. And I think that some of that could actually be very helpful here when we're trying to essentially run a campaign to recruit for some of our schools. So I'm just going to give a few thoughts or suggestions. One is I noticed you had a breakdown of some traditional marketing materials like billboards, print ads, things like that. And then you talked about social media. Could you give me an idea of what the percentages are for what we spend. I know that social media marketing is much cheaper, but are we spending 25%? I mean, what are the percentage of what we're doing online versus traditional mass marketing?
It is a small percentage online as compared to our broader marketing efforts, because frankly, billboards are quite expensive, as are the publications. So it is a fraction of
okay. Well, I will say from my perspective, and clearly you want to get a lot more information about this, but often with billboards and print ads, we are paying a large amount of money to reach a huge number of people, but those people are not necessarily parents of school-age children or people that even live within the district. And so we can target social media in a way that we cannot, and not just social media. I'm talking about, you can pay to have your ads on Google. You can pay to have your ads on the websites for those print publications. I saw Arkansas Times and Democrat Gazette were listed, but we can target when we advertise online. So I was wondering how we are targeting and what tools we are using to target specific audiences for our
I think you're referencing geofencing. We have done some of that, but we have not done much of it lately. But we have done some geofencing through Little Rock Family specifically.
Okay. I won't take up a ton of time on this meeting, but I would love to talk to you separately. And maybe we can also talk to the firm that the district is working with, because there are some very, very smart and effective ways to target people that we really want to see have those messages. And then we could spend our money, really focus some money on the people who are parents of toddlers, parents of, 8th graders, things like that, when we're sending out a particular message. The other thing that I was going to mention quickly, I noticed, and this is as a parent, just kind of how my gut reaction would be. I noticed a lot of the visuals, the flyers and the ads, at least the ones that I saw for Hall and some of them there at the end of your presentation, seem to have stock images used as the images. That may be due to privacy concerns related to students. I'm not sure, but I just know as a parent, go ahead.
No, I was going to tell you initially those items did come from Hall, because did come from a stock archive, because the programs weren't in place yet. But the billboards you saw do feature Hall students, because I specifically worked with Mr. Spencer to get photos of actual students. And we do try to, when we can't recreate exactly the message we're trying to convey, occasionally we do use stock images, but we try to we have a very large in-house archive of students and parents and teachers, and when we don't, then we try to go out and recreate. But we do work with the schools, and we were successful in working with Mr. Spencer. So most of the images you saw on the billboards, those were all Hall students.
Okay. And I just bring that up just because I think it really, at a gut level, makes a big difference to making us have a connection with that school when it feels like, people we know, we're being, a real insight into what it's, we can't come into all the buildings right now, but at least we can see some of what's going on. So the other, kind of along those same lines about the targeting social media, I'll give y'all just kind of an example of something that I hope that we could maybe use technology to do. I think we'll talk later about potentially some student registration changes or updates. I was curious to see what other schools' student registration process looks like. And so I went this week and I went to the websites for other public schools and private schools just to check out their student registration process. And I cannot tell you the number of ads and emails I have gotten since then advertising schools. And I just want to make sure that we are doing the same thing. If people are looking for schools, if they're going to check out on Google or on the web schools, we need to be capturing that information and contact. I mean, if the best case scenario would be to contact them, but if not, at least we could advertise to them. And so I'm not sure the logistics of how that works, but it was happening to me. So I'm hoping we can do the same thing. And then the last thing I'll say, you mentioned it in here. I think it is a very important. I don't think there is any amount of advertising in the world that is as effective as one-to-one contacts, like personal contacts from a principal, from a teacher, from a PTA member or parent. And those are things. We have volunteers, who haven't been able to get into the schools buildings this year, who may be willing to help with. We have teachers who are passionate about their schools and principals who want to recruit. And those phone calls, and direct personal emails, not mass emails, but actual personalized emails, really are much, much, much more effective than a billboard or something like that. And then finally, the very last thing,
Okay.
I hope that we can be really conscious of making sure that all of our marketing, so for Hall, for example, I was looking at those incredible animation videos that you showed and some of those, but the actual content could probably have been said about Parkview. It could probably have been said about other schools, because it was saying STEAM or STEM is the future, and these are the areas of study that are very important. And I hope that we can boil down what is so special about each school and then focus our messaging to convey what it is that you can say about Hall that you can't say about any other school, and make that the catch. And what can we say about West that you can't say about any other school? Because that's really what will help, grab someone's attention. And I mean, this is just me. I was looking at Hall. There are things like small class size and customized personal learning that would be very effective, that are very specific to Hall. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm done.
Okay, so with Hall, they have a very small population of students. And so, of course, if it was the regular Hall, they wouldn't have that small population of students. So I think we need to be mindful when we tout that, just because, it's not a lot of students in that building right now. But I also wanted to, Ms. Smith, did you have anything, or were you taking notes?
Oh, I was taking notes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I do appreciate the opportunity to have a collaborative effort on this, because, as I mentioned, I do strongly feel that it takes many more voices at the table to help determine what our path forward needs to be. And then if there is an interest, we could pursue a broader campaign. I will tell you that back in about 7 or 8 years ago, we did have a district-wide campaign, but it was more of a branding campaign where you may remember it. Mr. Adams, I think you were on the board. We promise, but the community really bought into it in terms of the positive messaging. So, but that may not be the message that we need to deliver. So I think that's why having these conversations with parents, that would help drive what our messaging needs to be. And like I said, if you decide you want to explore the option of working with a firm that would help us bring all of these ideas to the table and narrow down to the specific messaging that we wanted to convey, I'm certainly welcoming that opportunity if that's what you so choose to do. Thank you. And thank you for your input, Ms. Nolan.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, for your response and bringing up the Repromise campaign, because that marketing group firm did an amazing job, because we also seen an uptick in enrollment with that campaign. So I think it might be worthwhile exploring reconnecting with that marketing firm, because they were very effective in messaging and branding. So Director Wood, I don't want to put you on a time slot, and I'm gonna do it going forward, but you have the floor. So if I come back in, I'm just gonna ask just to wrap.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do think this is an extremely important topic, though, as we're, tackling the challenges that we have related to enrollment, and specifically Hall and West High School of Innovation. So I guess I'm just going to jump right to it and ask, thinking critically, as we've seen the numbers coming in for families choosing those two schools, what is the district's opinion of where we have missed the mark in selling these two campuses to our families? What have we done wrong? What can we do better to convince families? Because, and I'm sorry I'm talking too much. I asked a question, then I'm going to talk.
No, that's fine.
It's that I know what's going on at Hall, and it is phenomenal. The change that has happened there in the past year is a remarkable change, and the STEAM focus and the talent that is driving the what could be a remarkable delivery of instruction is really strong. And so I wonder where are we missing it? Because we have a great product, we just aren't able to deliver it to a community yet. We have a community that hasn't bought into it. How can we change that?
Director Woods, if I may, oh, I see you, Superintendent. I just saw you. But if I may, I would put a pin in that and put that in a parking lot because we are going to get into that. I definitely have a question to why, an answer, but at the same time, we want to make sure that like we stick with right where we're at now with the work session, which is the retreat, which is on the marketing and
I suppose that's exactly how I meant it, is what can we do PR wise to convince families that Hall has a great product for their kids? We've clearly missed something.
Yeah, and part of that too, just so we can move along to get to that, we are gonna hear some information coming out of our district, because that is gonna be the thing that really drives that conversation around the branding of the school, around the messaging of the school, and the build out of the school. So right now, we really can't talk about a full functioning high school that is going on right now. So with that, we as we go along and move on from this presentation, I think we're going to hear some information from the district that is going to help us answer that very question, because at the end of the day, we all know we could throw money into it, but if families are not buying into it, then it's just kind of like not doing anything at all. So Director Woods, I totally appreciate that question. And I'm keeping it at the forefront, and then we will answer it as soon as we hear more information from the district.
Well, can I ask? I was trying to be mindful of time to get to the 30,000 foot level question, but I can dive into. Do we know what our competition is doing that we might not be doing when it comes to PR and advertising? And what would you like to see, Ms. Smith or anyone else, going forward from the district? A bigger investment? What do we need to do to keep up with our competition?
Well, Mr. Woods, if I may, that's why I said that we need to ask our parents. We need to tell them what we have to offer, and then ask them, what is it that you need? What are you looking for? Because we can sit here and speculate about what it is we think they want, but that may not actually be what they want. So that's why we have to ask those questions, and that would help inform our thinking and our plans about what we need to be marketing, in my opinion.
Okay.
Director Callaway, you're recognized.
Okay, what about some things I've heard from my people in my zone is, what about stability? some of these programs, particularly the ones at Hall that they're talking about, they were at another high school at some point. And they also wanted to know what's going to happen to Parkview. Okay. And like there was at one point where they did an extreme push on Parkview. It was arts and science and whatever. And since science is no longer going to be a big push at Parkview, they want to know, and I would too, is it just going to be an arts and science? Are you going to push that? Are you going to advertise that? Or are we just going to be just focusing on Hall, the West High School, and Central, and maybe Southwest? Because we've lost we lost Fair, and but we lost high schools. And they say, well, we don't ever know, and McClellan, excuse me, but you know, they don't know, and I don't really know if we need to stabilize. If we want our people to come back, they really would like to know, what are we going to really be doing to stabilize our community schools? And instead of like, okay, I want to take my child to Parkview for the arts program, but that person is way in Southwest. Maybe they're not going to be doing the buses. I can't guarantee them that there will be a bus, but I know at some point they did have a lot of buses at Parkview that would do that. Same thing with Hall. Now, with the STEM program, I think that'd be great. However, at this late date, how are we going to get kids enrolled? Are we going to extend enrollment until the end of the year? Or we're going to, is there another cutoff date? Now, as far as West High School is concerned, of innovation, I need a clear understanding as to what that means. Because what I told somebody, they said, well, that's not what I understand. I said, okay, well, now I'm looking foolish. Mm-hmm. So I know I asked I made several statements and asked several questions in the meantime, but would like anybody jump in and kind of answer some of those things?
Director Callaway, actually Superintendent Poore will answer that, and it also gets into some of the data and information that the district is going to present to the board. You raised some very good and honest questions and assessments, and the superintendent will go ahead and answer some of those questions.
Thank you, Ms. Callaway and Ms. Hatter. And Ms. Hatter's right. We wrestled with where to put questioning opportunities for you as a board, because we know your mind gets out to 30,000 foot and then down to 10 feet, you know, and you kind of mix between those levels of wanting very specific and then also wanting some broad themes. And so that's a little bit of a challenge, because there are aspects of your questions, as is in Mr. Wood's questions, that are really going to be covered very well, I think, or we're going to cover them just in a real short bit. The reality we all need to remember, and you all have been provided this data before, at the secondary level, we have an increase in students this year. For the first time in a long period of time, we have an increase in students. We have a decrease at the elementary level of over 750 K through 5 students. We have lost 800 pre-K. So the thinking here, you all have to really understand our targets of where we need to impact enrollment. And I'm not trying to discount anything about Hall or Parkview, but we should remember that we actually went up in numbers at the secondary level this year. And then when we get farther into it, you're going to see how we're trying to adjust with budget. And we're also going to try to address what are some of the next marketing level campaigns. And then specifically for what Ms. Callaway asked, we actually take enrollment all year long. The enrollment process that happens in December, and then we made it go into January this year, was really for the magnet schools, and it allows us to move forward on schools where, like Gibbs, where we have more people seeking to get into that environment. And we have to find a way to tell people where that stands. And same thing with Forest Heights and at Parkview. So we will continue to take students, and remember, we also take choice permits in, which fits in to the marketing strategy in the month of May. That is the time when people can say, I want to come into this district from Pulaski County, Jacksonville, wherever. I hope that helps. Thank you.
It does. Director Adams, I'm able to get to you finally. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Hatter, and I appreciate the discussion. Ms. Smith, I'd like to come back to you and your presentation. Thank you for all those different ideas. And so I wanted to ask a question about targeting. So it seems to me, and I'll make an observation. I want to see what your impressions might be, but it seems to me that we have a couple of different questions about who we're marketing to, and a major marketing group we're looking at are people who are already in the district that we want to keep in the district, and especially when they come to those transition periods from elementary to middle, if they're in that situation, or middle to high. And so I would be wondering about your thoughts, or now, or maybe that'll be a future time, about how do we start targeting those students early enough, so when families are starting to make decisions, because they're making decisions before they're starting thinking about it before 5th grade for middle school, or before 8th grade for high school. And then to go back to Mr. Poor's comment, it seems like we have really several different levels. So if we look at our pre-K program, then we're looking at pre-K parents. So how do we find and reach pre-K parents, or parents who have little preschool children who are getting ready for that? How do we find those students who are getting ready to go into elementary, and then all the way up? And it seems like to me there could be some could be captured in the big picture marketing, but some may have to be much more intentionally targeted for those. And then the other thought is that then the other population would be the folks who are not in our district, who may be in other schools, and we're really trying to attract them in. We'd like them to make a choice and say, hey, what we have may be a better fit for your student. But that's seems to me a different marketing piece too. Or we have some schools, that are only K-8 schools, and they're getting ready to make their high school decision. So I wondered about your thoughts about those different kind of tiers, or about how we're addressing those different populations at different times.
I do agree that there should be some very targeted efforts, specifically at the transition level where you go from elementary to middle to high. And I think that the schools themselves can be great marketing tools in terms of reaching out to those students, the middle school reaching out to elementary, high school reaching out to middle, much like you do with football recruiting or any athletic sports recruiting. You show parents starting at an earlier age what you have to offer. And, in my mind, if a teacher, for example, heard or saw that a kid had an affinity for science, the teacher might point to a specific, recruitment type committee saying, I've got this student here who is interested in science. And then you've got a school that's already ready to reach out and connect with that particular family. So I just think we have to be a little more intentional, and I do believe that it could be accomplished from level to level in terms of our communication. And then the way I think that we're going to help recruit our pre-K kids, we got to get those back that have not registered. So communicating with them first and foremost is going to be important. Why didn't you come back? Have we asked that question? Where are you going? Have we asked that question? So what are we doing to get those kids back? And then working with our respective networks and our community influencers would help us broaden our net in terms of trying to reach out. And then, as Ms. Nolan mentioned, perhaps doing some more targeted social media advertising to reach those specific categories of stakeholders.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you guys for the conversation. Director Woods, I see you have unmuted. Do you have a question pertaining to the marketing?
So I'm not exactly sure, and I may have another question to put in the parking lot, but it's kind of a follow-up to what Mr. Poor said a minute ago. I would like to dive into what our theories are on the reduced attendance in pre-K, the reduced attendance in, I guess, enrollment in kindergarten, and then 1 through 5. But I want to do that at the appropriate time. So if now's a good time, fine. If not, I'll be happy to sit in the parking lot and wait on the opportunity to talk about that.
Superintendent, do you have a quick answer or a
I think we can capture Mr. Wood's question a little bit on when we go through the pre-K group and the kindergarten K through 5 group. And I do want to share that this is a national trend. It's not just a Little Rock trend on loss of enrollment at those early ages. And there are schools throughout the state that have lost a lot of the younger groups of kids. So it is a bigger problem than just a Little Rock issue. Thank you.
But we are gonna come back to this in just a bit.
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, seeing that there are no, Director Johnson, do you have anything? Okay, I thought maybe Director Johnson had something.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Ms. Smith, how you doing? You're really doing great on your recruitment efforts. I think they're great. But I have one question. Do you have any specific ideas that you are trying to do as far as reaching out to the parents? I heard you mention something about we need to ask the parents. Do you have any more specific ideas that you want to bring forward when reaching out to the parents?
Well, in reaching out to the parents, it would give them an opportunity to provide input about what they want, what they need, what they're looking for in our schools, and at the same time be able to share some of the great things that are happening at Little Rock School District. So if a parent says, you know, I was really looking for a great science opportunity for my student, and I just don't know about that, then we have resources available to point them in the direction that they need to get that information. But I do believe it has to be an all hands on deck. We are in unprecedented times, and I know it's going to mean a little bit of extra work for all of us, but you know, we got to have some outside of the box approaches in terms of, you know, how we're connecting to parents, and not saying necessarily if we build it, they will come, because, you know, as we've already heard alluded, there are options, but we want to be the option that they choose. So those are the things that we have to be focused on, in my opinion.
And you know, you're absolutely right, because during my election, when I was hitting the streets, there were people that didn't even know there were going to be an election. And you're absolutely right. If you don't get out and let people know, then they won't know. You know, we can sit here and do all the recruitment efforts you want, but if you don't hit the streets and let people know that this is happening here, there, and I noticed in my neighborhood, I have some Hall STEM signs in my neighborhood, but I would like more, because there are areas that are missed. When I was doing my election, there are a lot of areas that were missed. So if you have some, I would appreciate if you would pass them on. Whatever you have already that I could pass on, I would appreciate it, because people just don't know. And we have to get out and let people know. If we have to walk the streets, then that's what we'll do. We'll have to walk the streets. As a group, that is just something that we have to do. Sometimes we as a board has to take the lead on things. We have to put in the work. And I'm willing to do that. And you're absolutely right. It's all about the parents. If the parents don't know, how can they decide? How can they make decisions? So I agree with you on that. We do have to figure out a way to reach out to the parents. And that's on the elementary level and also the high school level. And sometimes that's all they want is just a conversation and say, hey, you know, I understand what you went through, but look, this is what we have. So we have to be mindful of that. The people we're servicing, we have to service them. So you're absolutely right. I do agree. We do need to reach out to the parents or find more efforts to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Johnson. I'm gonna go ahead and close out a discussion on this. I appreciate you, Director Johnson, for touching on hitting the streets, because as you definitely know, we are community touching people, and getting out and um, sharing what is all going on in the district, and their options are very important. However, I am typically a person who always want to operate within the reality of what is. And so going forward, right when we hear the options and data from our district, we will be able to better promote whether it is a school or a program based on what is actually happening, and not a vision or a hope of to happen. So with that, I appreciate all of our everybody that has participated. I appreciate you, Ms. Pamela Smith, for all of the work you are doing to reach out and touch our families, and even touching those beyond our zones. So Mr. Poor, I am directing our meeting back over to you to share information that you have going forward for the district. And then before we get into discussion after you share, I'll come back with some more thoughts.
Okay, I think the next transition really will take us into Dr. Owa, just bringing up a few things. We're going to start talking a little bit about budget, a little bit more about depth of enrollment in levels, and we want to begin on really the first thing of talking about how ESSER funds that are coming in can impact a little bit of some of our bottom line. Dr. Owa?
Thank you, Superintendent Porter. Just quickly, I wanted to go over the 5 focused areas, but also to let you know that we definitely believe in the input of everyone. And so the committee, we have revised our Ready for Learning committee. We have representatives from our teaching community, our administrator community at the school level and at the building level, our support staff. We have parents. In fact, our local PTA council president is on there. We have students on there. We have an individual from the medical community, as well as from our city government, Dr. Barth, who's the chief education officer, sits on that committee as well. And they have been tasked. We've had one initial meeting, and they've been tasked to separate into smaller groups to share immediate concerns on how we should spend this $28 million of ESSER 2 funding, but also how do we ensure that we have input from all of our members of our community. And so that's the reason why we wanted to have a representative from all the community segments of the school district. And so the 5 focus areas of food security, and there's some really great conversation that's coming out of that extends more than what the district and the city have already been doing, but how to sustain food security moving forth. And I will tell you, we have this ESSER 2 funding. It has to be obligated by September of 2023 and expended by December of 2023. So a lot of the supports, a lot of the recommendations that come forth not only have to be considered for this summer, but for the next few years. And so this committee will come up with a list of feedback and recommendations, and then present those to Superintendent Poore, and he will definitely share those with you. Another area is direct student support and continuous learning opportunities, which deals with learning loss, and not just learning loss skills and standards that were not captured or mastered by our students, but even our students who needed enrichment, who may have not been given that opportunity to enhance their learning. We're coming up, principals and their teams guiding coalitions at their schools have already started to brainstorm on what we can do even before this summer to address the learning loss and the enrichment opportunities for all of our young people. And so we have that in process, as well as technology. We know that we have been fortunate to be one-to-one, but we also know that with technology, there will be some malfunction, some damaged parts. And so we're going to make sure that instruction is not lost or hindered by technology that may come back to us that's not operable or inoperable. And so we've made sure that we have technology on standby. And there's been some definitely some rich conversations from our Ready for Learning committee also on the support that our teachers and administrators need in providing that professional learning and those additional resources in technology. Other areas, the other two areas are systemic procedures. Systemic procedures, board of directors, you all have had a role in this. When you made the decision to implement the COVID leave, that's an example of systemic procedures. So anything that deals with a system that the district has in place will fall under this. The way we provide professional learning, the way we provide additional support. For example, how we provide the academic support with the academic hotline via Zoom Monday through Thursday for our elementary and secondary kids. Anything that we have in place that will benefit our students and our staff members, our educators and support staff during this time of pandemic, we can utilize these funds for. And then facilities. I know several of our teachers, this was one of the initial things that they were concerned about the ventilation and filtration in the buildings. We have some older buildings. So now this set of ESSER II funding can be utilized to address that. Not only correct the issue, or upgrade, but also test the facilities and the indoor air quality. And so we have great opportunities with that as well. And so I want to share those 5 focus areas with you and to let you know that we have a team that's representative of all of our community who will then extend their reach out to more of our community to come back and craft a informed recommendation list that we will present to Superintendent Poore.
If I could just add on to Dr. Owa, one of the key reasons to bring this presentation up is that this does save us money, remember too, because we still would have an obligation of dealing with learning loss. We still would have an obligation to get new technology. We'd still be trying to figure out ways to improve our HVAC systems. So the blessing of an ESSER II fund, and there's even talk of an ESSER III now that might come our way. These are things that help offset some of the budget things that we would have had to plan for, and now we've got a resource to deal with it. So that's why this was important as we kind of think about the big budget. And we'll go on to the next slide, Dr. Owa. And the next slide brings us into early childhood education. And Mr. Smith, I think you're leading us through this.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Poore. Good evening, President Hatter and Board of Directors and our staff and viewing public. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share with you and bring you up to speed on where we are as it relates to early childhood and K-5 elementary education in our school district. As you may be aware that as the pandemic hit and we planned for the 2021 school year, one of the big roadblocks that we ran into was the fact that the state would not allow us to have virtual delivery of instruction for our pre-K program. So that immediately impacted our numbers at pre-K. Typically, we have around 1,700 students in our pre-K program. For this current year, we have 913 students enrolled in our pre-K program. So that's a difference of a little over 800 students that we're not serving as a result of not having those students on campus in our pre-K program. Of that 913, each year we are funded through ABC funding for 1,254 slots. The state pays us for eligible students. So in a typical year, when we have 1,700 students, 1,200 of those seats, or 1,254 of those seats, are funded through ABC based upon income. And then the other students who are not eligible for funding, the district picks up that cost. And even with the 1,254 ABC funded seats, the district is still responsible for a 50% matching fund to support that program as well. So as you can tell, we do have a vested interest in our pre-K program. Fortunately, this year, the state has continued to fund us at the 1,254 slots, even though we only have 913 students enrolled in our pre-K program. So some of the things that we've done this year as it relates to recruitment, which started last summer, of course. During the summer of 2020, we did direct mailouts and radio ads. As we approach open enrollment this past fall, we provided all of our pre-K students who were in person with applications to encourage their families to go ahead and register them for this upcoming year. We also did radio jingles for 5 local radio stations, including a Latino station. Our pre-K department worked with our communications department to create flyers, which were distributed to our Department of Human Services, the WIC offices, as well as apartment complex, UAMS, Arkansas Children's Hospital, and Baptist Hospital to spread the word about our pre-K program. We had 3 billboards that we utilized as well. We held 3 virtual meetings to inform our community about our pre-K program. We did direct mailouts. And as I was sitting here listening this evening, I remembered also that Dr. Fields provided a list to Mrs. Jones, who is our early childhood director, of all of our families who initially are registered for pre-K who did not attend. And Mrs. Jones, with the help of our 5 coordinators, divided those lists up and made personal phone calls to each one of those families to recruit them back to the district. So if we can go to the next slide, Dr. Owa. So for the 21-22 school year, currently we only have 350 students that have registered for our pre-K program. We have requested funding for the 1,254 seats once again. We've also capped our pre-K classrooms at 64 classes as we plan for our fall assignments. And that 64 classrooms covers the 1,254 slots. Our pre-K students who are currently in our program automatically roll up as it relates to registration. They automatically roll up to their attendance zone schools. And so with that, the significance there is our pre-K programs do not have attendance zones. So I may live in Southwest Little Rock, but I choose for my child to go to Fair Park to early childhood. So when my child becomes 5 and getting ready to go to kindergarten, then my child will revert back to our home address for their assignment for the upcoming year in kindergarten. Also, Little Rock School District students who registered but did not attend pre-K for the 2021 school year, this year, they will need to re-register for kindergarten through the Gateway platform. And then also new families entering Little Rock School District will need to register using the Gateway platform as well. So that is the difference for our pre-K students. Those families who did not attend this year, but we made contact with, was still required to go back in and re-register, because once we dropped them off the roll with pre-K, they had to re-register for our programs for the kindergarten.
Mr. Smith, I want to first off share that you did a great job of talking about the roll up into the elementary group, but I do want to emphasize right now, one of the things of a call to the community is, when you see 350 students and on a year when it wasn't a pandemic, we may not be totally worried about that because we recruit a lot of people later in the year. But because we dropped this year, the 350 really freaks me out, scares me. And this goes back to what Ms. Smith said of us pushing towards the faith-based community. Because I'm telling you folks, if we don't get kids in pre-K, we don't have that pipeline going into kindergarten of learners who are prepared, we are setting up a tragic set of events within this community about 10 to 15 years away as these kids get older. We have an amazing pre-K program. And I think Ms. Smith and several board members have said this, it's on all of us to go push this out. And it can be, every little bit counts, but It's a shame that the state wouldn't let us do a virtual pre-K. That's the reality. We have a very safe pre-K environment, as you've seen in the reports that you received, I think 2 months ago. And we've got to work on this in full force to get that pre-K level back up well over that 1250.
And I may add as well, not only when we talk about pre-K, most people immediately think about 4-year-olds. But in Little Rock School District, we not only service 4-year-olds, we service 3-year-olds, as well as infants to 2 years old. So we cover the whole gamut in our district. And so the opportunity is immense for our parents, for students that are 6 months and up. And I would like to also mention that I pointed out that we have 1,254 ABC funded slots, and we typically have over 1,700 students in our program, and all those students do not qualify for ABC funded slots. For our 3- and 4-year-olds who do not qualify for the ABC funded slots, it's been the district's practice to pick up the cost for those students. So those parents get to attend at no cost. Next slide. Now we're moving into the K-5 of the elementary department. And in 2020 and 21 enrollment for our pre-K through 5, we had 10,861 students currently in the district. What we did to offset the number of students, we were down roughly 1,500 students this year compared to the 2019-2020 school year to this year. We instituted a hiring freeze so that we would not be overstaffed. And how that hiring freeze functioned was that when vacancies occurred, we strategically identified staff from overstaffed positions and moved those individuals into the vacant positions. So what did that look like? We created a list and identified classrooms that were under the number of students. 15 was the number we target. And we identified 17 to 20 classrooms that we could collapse into another class based on the numbers. And then from that, we used seniority to identify the staff member who would move to a vacant position. So as vacancies arose, I would reach out to the principal of the school of the individual that we were targeting to move. We would set a Zoom meeting up with the principal, the receiving principal, and the staff member who was being impacted. And I would lead the meeting and discuss with them while we were making the move that we were making, made sure that both the losing principal and the receiving principal created an atmosphere for that teacher to have a chance to take in what was happening and then also help with the transition. But we also ensured those staff members that once the numbers came back, that they would have the first right of refusal to go back to their position. So if I was a pre-K teacher, which is where we had to cut a significant number of classrooms due to enrollment, and I needed to move to a kindergarten position, I have the right that once those numbers come back to have the opportunity to go back to my pre-K classroom before we hire anyone else for that position. So the impact of staff for that, we had 14 pre-K teachers who were impacted, as well as 10 non-certified staff who were impacted as a result of the transfers. We also had 5 certified retirements in the early childhood department, and we only filled 4 of those positions. And then we had 12 non-certified resignations that helped us to reach our numbers that we needed to be at to be not be overstaffed at pre-K. Other staff that were impacted, we had 4 certified staff, teachers who were in positions of K through 5 that were moved to vacant positions during the fall semester as well. So our projections for the 21-22 school year at this current time, pre-K through 5th grade, we have 9,532 students who have registered or rolled up. That is another drop of 1,329 students. So as we plan for the fall staffing formula, we look at art, music, and PE as the linchpin that guides our work as we assign the number of teachers per section at a building. And so we use the formula of 60 minutes each week for each one of those sections. And based upon that, in order for a school to have full-time art, music, and PE, they need to have at least 25 classes or sections, not including pre-K, so that they can have a full FTE for art, music, and PE. This past year, 2021, we staffed a full-time FTE with all schools that had 20 classes or more. So we dropped below that 25, which would allow us to be at a point of utilization at almost 100%. We dropped it down to 20 classes, which then creates an imbalance of the percentage of how many classes that individual has. We have 12 schools with less than 20 classrooms in the building, not including pre-K. And of those 12 classes, 8 schools have full-time art, music, and PE. So once again, the threshold is 25, and you see we have 8 schools that we staff at full-time art, music, and PE that don't have 20 classes. The question that was asked at one of our board meetings was, what would be an ideal size of a school? The ideal size of a school would be 450 to 500 students to increase the academic support and allow us to fully staff and reduce the per pupil costs. And an example of an appropriately staffed school in our district currently at the elementary level will be Wakefield Elementary School. And the cost for us at Wakefield is $8,130 per student. Next slide, Dr. Owa. And so when we look at Wakefield, and I'm gonna drop down because down to where it says fully staffed means, at Wakefield, for example, we have 3 to 4 teachers per grade level, which supports the PLC process, allowing those teachers to have grade level teams where they can collaborate together. It allows for full-time art, full-time music, full-time PE, a full-time counselor, and a full-time nurse. And currently what we have 12 schools that are operating with enrollments of less than 350 students. And the impact of small enrollments is that those schools end up sharing staff such as art, music, PE, and counselor. And in some cases, we have situations where in those smaller schools, we only have 1 teacher per grade level, which impacts their ability to be able to collaborate with someone on their grade level in the PLC process. And then offset that, what we've done is set up situations where we partner schools together where they have 1 4th grade teacher at one school and 2 4th grade teachers at another school and pay them a stipend to collaborate together after hours. But ideally, you would want that to be on campus within the school day with a collaborative team. So that's where we are at the elementary level. And I know Ms. Hatter, you had a question and I interrupted by continue on. So Ms. Hatter.
That is perfect. I just wanted you to, right, for the audience to say what FTE.
Okay.
Because I know typically
yes.
when we're used to talking, we
Yes.
go back and forth with that, but for everyone else.
So FTE is relating to the full-time staff, meaning you work a full schedule or your FTE will be 1.0. If you're a part-time staff member, you'll be a 0.5. And in some of our schools, we have staff that are 0.8, and then they share with another school, and the other school would get that additional 0.2. So you will work 4 days at one school and 1 day at another school.
And Ms. Hatter, I'll jump in real quick, and then maybe we can transition into Mr. Rutherford with the middle school. But I want to share that Mr. Smith has done a really fantastic job of working with staff, and it's not easy when you talk about moving and creating, moving a pre-K teacher to a second grade elementary classroom in October, let alone January. And we've done that, but that was a proactive approach to dealing with our budget this year and being proactive about it, which will have benefits in the end run. But it's not easy to do. And I appreciate not only Mr. Smith, but the staffs at both the school that lost the individual as well as those that received. Really, this was good work by the district to make sure that we kept learning going for folks and we handled our resources wisely. Mr. Rutherford, I think we're going to have you go to middle school now, if that's all right.
Good evening, President Hatter, board members, Superintendent Poore, Dr. O, appreciate you as well. And Darian, that was a good job, by the way. Mine isn't quite as detailed, but at the same time, I want to share with you what we've done on the middle and high school level. We did a master schedule audit is really what we did. And what we were looking at is the FTEs that Mr. Smith just shared with you. When someone is a 1.0 FTE full-time teacher, how many students do they actually teach in their load? The maximum number for teachers on the secondary level is 150, just so that the board understands. Most of them are not at 150. There's always a few that are popular classes and those type things that will get us to 150. I think it's been shared with you guys before. If not, I'm going to share it now, but we do have a way to pay teachers that do go above 150 out of necessity where necessary overall. But in that audit, some of the things that we discovered was this, and I want to start by saying this: we're not picking at AVID. We are going to have AVID in our schools. We're not picking at GT and GT services. They're going to be in our schools. We're not picking at ESOL, and because we're going to obviously have ESOL classes and within our school. But the thing that we found, and the best way to understand it, is if we just say that we have a 7th grade class. All right, your child's in the 7th grade. Well, when I look at the master schedule, what I will see is there may have been a 7th grade AVID English class. So those kids would have to be a part of AVID and be in that English class. Then I may also have a pre-AP English 7 class. Then I may also have a GT English, 7th grade English class. And then I may also have a 7th grade ESOL class. And so what we've gone through and done is we make sure that the kids are offered what they need overall with AVID study skills, GT cluster classes, ESOL classes that are necessary, again, that are just like the study skills class in AVID. But instead of having multiple different layers of that, they're being combined into regular 7th grade English and pre-AP 7th grade English. And when we do that, again, I want to be clear to the board, the services we offer are still going to be there for all those kids we just talked about. But you can only imagine with that many different offerings in a school, you may have a section that has 6 kids in it. You may have one that has 8 kids in it. You may have one that has 12, 15. And what happens is you're staffing your FTEs again, grow and grow and grow and grow. And you look up and a teacher may only be teaching as few as 60 or 70 kids, and yet you've got other teachers teaching 150 kids. And so I hope that makes sense what I just described. We're really going to offer all the services, but again, on their master schedule, they're pulling those together to make it more efficient overall, which gets back, the bottom line is it gets back to FTEs. But I want to be clear, and I want the public to hear this. All of those services are still offered in our schools. And so I don't want anybody to think, well, Mr. Rutherford's on here saying we're cutting all this, because we're not. We're combining to be efficient overall in what we're doing. Then I used the example is we have some classes on the middle level that may have less than 15 kids that enroll in that class. And if they do, we put in a process where before we approve the class to make on a master schedule, the principal will come to us to say, what is the need and why do we need this class with less than 15 kids in it? Maximum load also, besides the 150 total for a teacher, is 30 per class. Just so y'all kind of get a balance of where we are. That's our state rules overall. So it doesn't mean that a class won't make if it's less than 15, if there's an absolute good reason as to why it needs to be on the master schedule at the middle level. Next move is Arkansas history is a semester class. It's been offered alongside 7th grade history, and we're going to combine those, but it's actually moving to the 8th grade. And you may say, well, why are we moving that to the 8th grade? It aligns better with what they're going to get in the future as far as high school is concerned. It matches up better than being set aside back in the 7th grade. The other thing that we worked on was their elective classes aligned to the themes within their schools. And you say, well, what themes are you talking about? Well, let's go to Horseman right away. We all know that it's an art science magnet. And I think y'all know already, they're going to have different themes and should, because of what they do, than what some of our other middle schools are going to have. but then each one of them kind of has its own little piece that it uses for electives. But one of the things that we found inside of it was we were still offering, we weren't offering necessarily every elective that we should be offering, but at the same time, some of the electives that they were offering were not lining up appropriately to the theme that they had within the school. And so we aligned those. We worked with the middle schools. The course selection sheets were redone. And basically we worked with all of the middle schools to make sure that we line this up so that it works better, it's more efficient, and then yet at the same time, it's helping kids, to be quite honest with you, all the way through. Dr. O, if you go to the high school, it's going to look very similar to what we did at the middle school level. We looked up and sure enough, the same things were happening on the high school level. We had an avid 9th grade class or pre-AP class. We had an ESOL 9th grade class. Now you might remember the reason you don't see GT in high school is because GT services are offered through pre-AP classes and or AP classes. And so that's how they get most of their services there. So in their area, you know, we saw the same things I mentioned in middle school, and I won't go through that again, but we had multiple sections with small numbers of kids in those classes instead of, again, getting back to the core root of regular English, pre-AP English, so forth and so on. So it works the same way that we talked about in middle school. But once again, we will still have AVID services within our schools, and we will still have ESOL services within our schools. So, and again, those will be developed and worked through all the way through in the master schedule itself. One of the other things that we've talked about is we, as you know, with Ford NGL, they have the freshman seminar class. I know we've talked about Ford NGL with you guys before. Well, in that, we're gonna blend the oral communications in that. Some of our schools have already gone there, and I use Central as an example. Ms. Rousseau had already blended that and worked on it already. But basically what it does, it frees kids up more when it's placed inside of with that class. It frees them up more as they go up in higher grade levels to be able to take more things they want to take. They still have to have a half credit of oral communications. This will take care of that. And it opens it up more for the elective classes. And it really will match up well in helping as we keep going down the road of Ford NGL. It just opens it up so that kids have a lot of offerings that they want to take. The same number of 15 for a class to make is still there on high school, just like it was in middle school. The kids or again, the principal can come forth if they think there's a reason why the class should make and those things. The other thing I'll share with the board that we're really, and I didn't put it on the slide and probably should have, and I apologize, Mr. Poore, for it not being there, but we have some small AP numbers in some of our schools, but then we have some large AP numbers for AP classes in other schools. Well, there's not a reason, especially where we are today in the technology world, that if that student wants to take the AP class, that they shouldn't be denied because there's not enough kids in the school they attend. And so we're going to work together to make sure that we have those offerings across the district to help cover our kids as far as AP. And that's really where it hits us more than anywhere. We may have 5 kids at Hall that want an AP. Well, that's not really enough to justify a full teacher, but then Central or Parkview may have one that has 15 or 20 kids in it. Well, we will work to make sure those kids have the opportunity to take the class, even though it may be done virtually, is what it amounts to. Next slide, Dr. Owen. So during this school year, we actually had several openings on the secondary level. And one of the things that we noticed, and part of it we are almost 100% sure of, was because of the pandemic itself. But we had an ALC program at the middle level that was set up, and we had it staffed. And to be quite honest with you, we didn't have any kids in it. And so as some of the openings came open in the district on the secondary level, all those teachers were certified on the secondary level. But the Human Resources Department, Ms. Kovac and myself, worked with openings that we had in the principals. And we did much like Mr. Smith talked about. There was a meeting with them, but we did move those employees again into open positions within the schools where we had them in order to be able to utilize them throughout the year. The final thing there is we are still exploring, alternatives as far as the high school level ALC program is concerned. We did a little tweaking on that this year, but we think that we need to take a deeper look to become more cost efficient and, be quite honest with you, to offer services that are really outstanding for our alternative learning environment for our kids. And so you'll hear more about those in the near future. Not going to spill details now, but we are taking a look at it and we're studying it to make sure that we're effective in what we're doing for kids. I think that's me, Mr. Poor. Mr. Poor, you're on mute.
This comes to me now, and I appreciate Mr. Rutherford. Again, you can see that through the course of this year, just like we did at elementary, we created some cost savings because we had students in our ALE programs where we just didn't have numbers, and we transferred them into positions that became open so that we didn't hire long-term subs, those type of things. And all those things in the bottom line will help us, and it also helped us getting in a qualified teacher to work with our students. So this gets us into the topic that we started to begin discussing last week, and want to just make sure I bring this up again, is this is just a starting point. You are going to hear from me my recommendation of what we do in terms of where my mindset is right now within both of these schools, both of these options this evening. But we wanted to give you a little bit of data, and then we will go with one more slide after this, and then that really will conclude, and you're going to get a chance to interact and ask us some questions, or again, set up some things that you hope to have us bring forward for the future. We know that both Little Rock Hall, STEAM, and Little Rock West South School of Innovation, Southwest School of Innovation, do come at a higher cost and have had lower enrollments. One thing I want to remind the board is that this is right now the second year of West School of Innovation. And in the first year, when we moved towards that model, it was right about this time, and Mr. Wood may have to correct me, that we just started our recruiting process for West School of Innovation. So we kind of came, that was a decision that kind of came our way. It came late, and we said, we're going to continue to move forward. And to Ms. Calloway's point, we continued to recruit, we continued to try to work on enrollment. And by the time it was all said and done, we ended up with just over 60 students to start the school year for West School of Innovation. And then you can see that more or less she doubled her enrollment this year. And it's not just Ms. Heatherly, but also the staff at West School of Innovation. They doubled their enrollment and got to 126. And then look at where we're at for this coming year. They have 235. So if you take the 126 minus 235 minus 126, they have over 100 students, incoming freshmen, that are coming into West School of Innovation, which is really their capacity, because their capacity is just a little over 100 for each grade level. So they are meeting their target. With Hall, we have been working over the course of, ever since, this, the decision was made to, restructure Hall and come up with a new model of delivery. We did not have a ninth grade class this year. So the number of 360 really represents 10th, 11th, and 12th graders. And the projected enrollment of 268 really reflects a combination of incoming ninth graders as well as 11th and 12th. And then when we go to the next slide, you'll see a better breakdown of that. So we'll hold off on more detail than that. But the reality at Hall right now is that we have about 50 folks who have signed up for the freshman delivery at Hall. Now, that may be discouraging to some, but remember, at this time 2 years ago with the West School of Innovation, we didn't even have 50. Okay, so we're in a place with Hall STEAM. It's not where we want it to be. We have work to do, but we have 50 right now. And I will share that some of the efforts that have been made by the Hall staff to try to share the new model, the new delivery, they have been doing a lot of unique things that this district has not done. As an example, when a student signs up as an incoming freshman at Hall, they get a yard sign. And maybe that's what Ms. Johnson was saying, is that she's seen some of these signs down in her neighborhood. Well, That's never been done, to say, wow, I am now a student at Hall. And that student body is a very diverse set of students out of that 50. So those are some positive things. Now, when you go look at the options for both Hall and West School of Innovation, I'll go kind of in the order that I delivered the first part of this presentation and say that, with West, you could make a decision and say, well, we can close that building. We can keep it as it is. And then what we envision is keep it as it is, but actually expand and add in a virtual option or a virtual delivery. Board members, we know that you need additional information. We're working feverishly on that. One of the things that helps with the West School of Innovation is that they are a school of innovation. And so the virtual delivery can happen there. And really what we're looking at is that students who take a virtual class and want to be virtual full-time still could have access to their home school, their attendance school, or their magnet school, but could be taking a virtual class, maybe because they're still uncomfortable with the pandemic. It lets us do a little bit different instructional model than what we're currently doing, having teachers teach both virtual and in person at the same time. And we think that'll be a stronger delivery and cater more towards individual student needs. But we're going to come back to you with that. And we think that West School of Innovation can help be a solution for the virtual. With Hall, you see a variety of options there in front of you. The one I'll start off with is to close it. I don't see that as being a smart move at all. And I want to take that off the radar, at least in my eyes. That is not a great option. We could just say that, we're going to finish with just the 11th and 12th graders and the 50 students who are signed up for freshmen, that they get displaced. And we work again on down the line with Hall to continue to figure out a better model to get people to sign up. Another option is that you could have, we tried to look at an A to Z on this. You could say that all the ninth graders from the entire district come into Hall. They could actually fit into Hall and deliver classes just for the ninth grade. In some ways, that would probably be a good thing for the Ford NGL model. But in my eyes, I think that would be difficult. I don't think some of our own principals would be supportive of it. I think it would be a transportation nightmare as we try to get kids back and forth into some of their options that they want to have within their homeschool environment. You could just say we're going to keep on going, doing the exact same thing that we're doing right now and just let it ride out. I don't think that that's necessarily the best option either. So my recommendation as it stands right now would be to really try to start to frame having Hall be looked at as a real direct connection with Forest Heights. Now, that does not mean that we would have a change in the delivery of the instructional program, because the work that's been done on the instructional program by the staff at Hall is sound. And there is really good programming and good courses that are ready to be offered for the families that choose to come into Hall. But we've got to do some things differently. And one of the things that this would do with the combo would allow us to staff in a tighter fashion. We will have to make some reductions at Hall, just on the fact, if you look at it from the reality that they had 360, and really we staffed them, and Mr. Rutherford may have to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we staffed them initially for about 450. And even at the 450, we gave a little bit of latitude to them. So we're overstaffed at that building. Am I basically right on that, Mr. Rutherford?
You are. Just for the board's information, I mean, the process that we went through before the decision was made not to have ninth grade this year, obviously we had to have it staffed thinking we were going to have a ninth grade class. And so you are correct, Mr. Ford.
So at Hall, we will have to do some tightening of staffing. That would happen at the administrative level. That would happen at the certified level, meaning teachers, and it would happen at the classified level so that we tighten staff. And again, right now our numbers at 268 at Hall. But this kind of gets into one of the points that Mr. Wood brought up that I want to continue to bring forward for both of these schools, is that with both of these schools, they have invested heavily into the Ford NGL model. And one of the things that we're on the verge of is we're on the verge of tightening up some of those key partnerships. And when those announcements come for what the partnerships would be for Hall, what the partnerships might be for West School of Innovation, it actually is going to continue to be even more of a magnet, if you will, a draw for those campuses that parents would say, oh my gosh, I didn't know that was going to be there. I didn't know that that business entity was going to be in support of Hall. And we're on the verge of that. It's just, that's taken some time. And so some of these things in terms of just the sequencing, I wish it was a little different, but that's not our reality. And my belief is that when these partnerships get announced for Hall, that will be tied to Fort NGL, and when we even get some announcements for West School of Innovation, that it actually, it won't hurt our enrollment. It definitely won't. And I think it allows us to move forward. If we go with option 2, it honors the fact that we have a junior and senior class next year at Hall that need to finish as the Hall Warriors. We need to have a freshman group that gets started, and we just got to continue to pick up the pace with getting more and more kids to be a part of that campus. And again, that kind of goes back into marketing, and some of the marketing will come through the Fort NGL and these new partnerships. Some of it is continued work that's being done by the Hall staff and by groups like Megan Holcomb, by the alumni group at Hall, and even my administrative group has we've all worked together to try to push out as much information as we can about Hall. I sometimes feel unfair about how much I tweet on Hall. I probably have tweeted more about Hall than any other school, and honoring the cool things that are going on there, because one of the things that I think we battle, and this again goes back, I think, to a question Mr. Wood brought up, is why is it that, you know, we're still struggling? Well, I think there's some people that still, and a part of it is the pandemic maybe, they still don't realize how great a programming is being developed at Hall, and we've still got work to do there. So if we go to the next slide, Dr. Owa, this gives you a little bit of a perspective that also helps Ms. Callaway in terms of understanding, you know, where we're at in terms of our overall numbers. You can see that Central, this is for an enrollment for next year. Central is still staying at its kind of normal number that it's had over the last several years of students. You can see that Little Rock Southwest continues to expand. If you remember when we started Little Rock Southwest initially, and we're talking about opening that building, we really anticipated enrollment somewhere just over 1,700. This year, that number came in well over 1,800. And you can see that there's still even more kids accessing that building this year. So Southwest is doing very well. And we'll share that the Southwest building has brought students back in from that had left the district, and also brought in some charter school kids. West School of Innovation, we've kind of talked about its numbers. Parkview, you can see that we have a slight dip in the 9th grade group right now. But again, we anticipate still getting additional students into Parkview. Again, Parkview will benefit as additional partnership information is shared as a part of their Fort NGL, because they will have a science component at Parkview. And of course they have their fine arts. So nothing has changed in terms of the delivery of science being a strong component at Parkview. The programming of it has changed a tad, but we still will have science and we still have fine arts. So I want to check with my team just for a second. Dr. Owa, is there anything that I should have covered, or Mr. Rutherford, that you hoped I was going to present as we shared these two data sets?
No, sir, I believe you covered it all.
I agree with you, Mr. Poore. If you don't mind, I'm going to step towards Mr. Wood's question that he asked earlier, just to try and help put it into context just a little bit. But Dr. Fields and I work very closely, especially on the secondary and the numbers, because obviously we've had the concern that I know everybody else has. Well, where are our numbers at Hall? But if you check out the total enrollment of 9th graders, there's 1,551 kids there. And so that gives them options. And then if you look at the 10th grade, just to be clear with the board, that 600 number that's at Central and that 600 number that's sitting at Southwest, we both think that'll be about the number they have every year. Well, that's 1,200 kids immediately. And again, I just bring you back to the 1551, and there's 1,200 kids right away. And so I just wanted to share with you that yes, I mean, we need to promote, we do promote, we try, our principals are doing a good job of promoting, but sheer numbers right now, and that's just our kids. And when I say that, that's our current 8th graders moving up, if that makes sense. That doesn't include what Ms. Nolan said earlier about the recruitment of kids outside of Little Rock itself. But just want to point out, it's a tight market just because, again, of the sheer numbers. And just wanted to share that. And so, Mr. Wood, I think I'm kind of getting to what you asked. And I think sheer numbers is part of the thing that we've got to look at as well. Obviously, with 128, that's fantastic for the School of Innovation. You and I both know, and that stuff, that's a great number for them because of the original capacity of 100 per class. And some of the board may say, well, I thought it was 100, and it was, but because of staffing, we're able to cover the little additional kids in the 9th grade for next year. And I hope that makes sense to the group as well. And so part of it's just numbers, Mr. Wood, at the secondary level, specifically at the high school level. I hope that helped.
Ms. Hatter, I think we'll turn it to you to help guide us through some of the questions. And we'll go to a gallery view. Thank you, Dr. Owa. And we may need to switch back to the PowerPoint if there's a specific data point. And again, board members, remember this is a starting point. And so help us with helping you so we can gather additional information. As I shared earlier in the meeting, Ms. Nolan shot 3 questions to us that I think will be beneficial to all. And we'll work on that for having it prepared for next week. Ms. Hatter.
Thank you for the information you're sharing with the entire board. A lot of them seeing it for the first time. Well, I am going to open up the discussion. I'm going to go back to the pre-K. So this is for Mr. Smith. I am glad that like you did bring up the point on our pre-K and how it goes back, and then how it services 6 months up to 2 years, and then how the district covers the tuition for those families that do not make or is over the income limit to receive the services at no cost. So I am glad to hear that, and that in itself, it is and could serve right as a recruitment tool. As we know, early childhood and infant care is very expensive to cover.
President Hatter, can I jump in right there though? I want to clarify one piece though.
Okay.
The infant to 2-year-old is a paid program. Everyone has to pay for that. The slidings of the funding, the ABC funding is for 3 and 4-year-old seats. So our infants to 2-year-olds, everyone pays for that program.
Thank you for correcting that because it seems like it sounded like they both ran together, but there's a distinction at the 3 and 4-year-olds is covered at the district level with tuition, and the infant to 2-year-old, it is a tuition paid by family. So thank you for bringing that up. With the enrollment being down 1,329, well, 1,329 students. Was that for our 21-22 school year? I didn't make the note for what year.
It was for the 21-22 school year, yes, ma'am. In comparison to the 2021 school year. But on top of that, we do want to add that from the 2019-2020, we lost an additional 1,700 kids. So basically, we're talking about 3,000 students within the last 2 years.
Mhm. Okay. And this question is more pertaining to the stipend that was talked about at the secondary level with the well, actually, with all across the board when our elementary schools are below that 450, 500 mark, which actually kind of goes back to what Ms. Pam was talking about. And then right when we had that really good marketing and branding effort going on several years ago, there was this big push to look at administrators that had 2 or more principals at the school. And if they had less than that 450 point, they went down to that 1 principal being at the school. And that was all wrapped up in some of what Ms. Pam was talking about. So it's interesting to see how we're kind of going back and looking at what we did or moved away from several years ago. My question is, for those schools that have to share staffing, will the traveling and prep stipend be given to those teachers that are required to travel in between school?
Okay, on the elementary level, we do not provide a travel stipend because how we set it up is that those teachers are stationed at a school on a given day. So if I'm a teacher that's split between schools, I may be at Mapleville 4 days a week, and then that Friday I'm at Chico. So we only would provide a travel stipend is if an individual had to travel within the school day. So for instance, on a Thursday, I was at Mapleville in the morning and then Chico that afternoon.
Okay, thank you. And then too, I do have that under secondary, so it was more geared towards the secondary level. The other thing is just AVID, and then these are just questions that thoughts that I jotted down that I wanted to ask up front, because I know West High School and Hall is going to take up the majority of our conversation, so we may not even dip back into this part of the presentation. So with AVID, with those classes going and parts of AVID being put into the English courses, how will, because AVID within itself, it has its own component and it has its own culture, and it's targeted to a certain group of children, and then everybody doesn't need AVID. And in class in AVID, you have a moment of reflection on what is learned. So how would all that be integrated into a English class going forward? How will we keep that core component of AVID? Mr. Rutherford?
Thank you, Ms. Hatter. Let me just say that, because again, there will still be and I'm going to call it a pull-out separate class that has all the AVID kids in it. That won't be tied to English, math, science, or history. Does that make sense? So they will be able to do what you're talking about there. And again, if the cluster of kids that are AVID kids, let me say it that way, fit into the master schedule and as you know, I think most of you know, AVID is a gateway to college. That's and careers. That's the number one thing we want out of AVID. So the idea is those kids may still all be together in a pre-AP English class or a pre-AP history, science, math class, just so you kind of know. But the numbers, again, it doesn't mean that they may not be pure, I guess is the best way to put it, because if we have a few other kids that are non-AVID kids, like you talked about in basically an AVID pre-AP class, we will use the max that we can. There may be 3 or 4 or 5 other kids that want pre-AP English 9 to join them in that class. And so I want to be clear again, Avid's not going away. As a matter of fact, the Avid component, we're strong believers in Avid. It's shown success with our kids overall, but to have it isolated by itself on different grade levels, we just cannot, and again, most of it's going to happen in your pre-AP classes. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, yes, you do. And then what about as far as the, you know, with Avid, you have a contract that students and their, I believe the parents sign going in. So will that component be a part of it, because Avid does touch on the rigor of the courses to get them to college level? And I know you said with PAP, and so you did touch on that, but then with that contract still be a part of it?
Yes, it sure will be. I mean, and again, that's why I wanted to be clear up front. Avid's not going away. It really is just a matter of us. I think the best way to show it is if I've got 13 Avid kids all together in a pre-AP class, English 9 pre-AP class, I'll just put it that way. I'm going to garner some other pre-AP kids to put them in. It's not going to hurt those other kids to be in there as well. As a matter of fact, it's going to help them because of the very things that you shared and that stuff. But we can't get to the point where we have the isolation of it only being a class that's got 10 or 12 kids in it, here, there, and all of a sudden the staffing of it, it just doesn't work. And so I want to guarantee you, Ms. Hatter, yes, all of the Avid and the Avid program itself and the skills that they're taught and all that will still be in our schools.
Okay, and then would that also mean the coordinators and them checking the grades of the students and helping them along? Or is that
all that works? And that comes back to that coordinator would be the one that actually on their schedule would have the pull out of the Avid kids together during a class. And of course, she or he would work with those kids to do exactly what you just talked about, which is check on those kids, make sure they're progressing, offer them the help that they may need to be successful, and all those things that make Avid great.
Okay, awesome. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the board for discussion. I do want to take the privilege of being the president and want to do a quick reminder about governance and board governance, particularly right when we are either talking with staff or reaching out to staff to make sure that we are not getting too far down into the operations of it to where we are taking time away from staff or putting them in awkward situations to where they really don't know exactly what is going on, as well as just making sure that we stay at that 5,000 to 10,000 feet level. Definitely, we want to remain connected to right to the ground. However, you are connected, but at the same time, we don't want to put ourselves right in a position to where we know too much information to where we have to back out and sit out of certain conversations. So just moving forward, I just want you guys to be mindful, right, of our role as board directors, and that we are the compliance and we are the legislative body of the district, and that we do not get down into the operations of the school buildings unless it is warranted, because it have come right to the level 3 level. So the building level is level 1, the district level is level 2, and we are the 3rd level. So I just wanted to say that because we're getting ready to get into a robust and conversation. And I wanted to make sure I just didn't forget to say it at the end. So with that, let's get into this great conversation about the information we have heard. Director Adams, I see you have unmuted.
Thank you, Ms. Hatter. I have several questions, and I'll try to be quick and to the point. The first one is for Mr. Poore. Mr. Poor, when you were talking about the concerns with pre-K, you mentioned about that that if the pre-K numbers stay low, that we're going to be in a really in a tough situation at 15 years from now. I think I know what you're talking about, but would you be very clear on that to make sure that I know and the rest of us understand what you're saying with that?
Thank you, Mr. Adams. That's kind of a softball. I appreciate that.
You're
Because,
welcome.
you know, I think our pre-K does such a great job of preparing young people for the transitions. And there are research that shows that the pre-K at LRSD is one of the best in the whole state. And that's been, you know, brought forward by Ford, Arkansas, and by our state to say that Little Rock really does pre-K very well. And the students that are in a structured pre-K with certified teachers like we have and have really strong professional development, good curriculum, they are prepared to become kindergartners, which then puts them on the path for the other transitions to lead them into being a reader at 3rd grade. Those students who are not in a structured pre-K program are going to be behind.
That's what I thought you meant, but I was afraid that was true, and I appreciate that confirmation. And that really worries me too, having been a volunteer at the elementary aid school level. Next question is probably for Mr. Porphyry or Mr. Smith. So mentioned about the number of schools we have that have less than 350 students in elementary level. Once we go to the K-8 model at J.A. Fair, and if we're able in the next couple of years to go to that model at McClellan, looking at the numbers as they are right now, how many schools will that leave us at less than 350?
So of the 12 schools that I identified, that would bring us down to 10 because 2 of those schools, Baseline and Meadowcliff, would be collapsed into the K-8 campus in Southwest Little Rock in accordance with the blueprint plan.
Okay, so Dodd and Earl Minor have more than 350 right now?
I'm sorry, I forgot about those 2. Yes, so we're down to 8, yes.
Okay, so we go from 12 to 8. And is there a place that we would?
Well, I'm sorry, correction, I did not count them in that 12 when I was going back, I'm looking at my numbers. So we would be down to 10 because at the numbers I'm looking at, we've already accounted for the K-8 at J.A. Fair.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Director. Mr. Smith, can you restate your answer again? Because I missed it. So can you say what you just said again,
Yes.
so where it's clear to everyone, please?
So the question that Director Adams asked was, how many of those 12 schools would be impacted by the blueprint? So of the 12, the only 2 additional schools of the 12 would be Baseline and Meadowcliff that will be impacted as we move toward the K-8 school in Southwest Little Rock on the campus of McClellan. We've already taken an account for Romine and Dodd with the J.A. Fair numbers this year.
And where is there a place right now that the board would find those numbers if we wanted to look at like a dashboard where we could see the enrollment numbers in every school?
Let me jump
Yes,
in on
sir.
that. Dr. Noah, do you want to share the tool again that was presented to the board in the Friday highlight last week?
Yes, sir. If I could go to it right now. Mr. Adams, to your question, yes, you all have the access to that. This is the dashboard that you have. And currently, one of the tabs is the enrollment comparison for each year, which also has the current enrollment for each of the schools. And it also shares the 2-year comparison from last year to this year. And so you have the link as well as it's embedded in the superintendent's Friday report as well.
Okay, thank you so much. And then Mr. Poor, this may be for you, I don't know, but so the present Hall and West students that we've recruited, do we have a sense of where they would be otherwise?
That's kind of an interesting question. It fits in a little bit with one of the questions that Ms. Nolan presented to us during the day of, you know, on the other end of it, do we know where Hall students have gone? So I just want to honor a question that Ms. Nolan had brought up to make sure she sees that I'm paying attention. And then Mr. Adams, the students that are coming in, you know, one of the things that's unique about Hall is that they do not have an attendance zone, just as a reminder, that's specified. That was a decision that was made last year. And so you could say that's advantage or disadvantage, I suppose, but what it does do is it lets them draw in from everywhere. They have done a good job of also trying to reach out into charter school environments as well as into private schools. And I think that they've got several students coming in from the Anthony School, if I'm correct, Mr. Rutherford, that are coming in. And that's a group that we had previously had not ever really approached. And that's been positive. We could get a better breakdown for you of those current ninth graders to show what schools they're coming from and have that for you for next week. And again, it fits in a little bit with the question that Ms. Nolan had presented to us earlier.
Thank you. And then just the last question I have is, Mr. Poor, when you said that you were leaning toward that for Hall, a K-12 model with a connection with Forest Heights, could you say a little bit more what that would mean?
Yes, it would mean that the students that are at Forest Heights would have automatic access into the Hall STEAM if that's the choice. They would still have a choice, but they would have an automatic access point. We would work with those two entities to try to make sure that the work that's being done in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, as an example, aligns right into what that 9th grade group looks like so that it's seamless in terms of the transitions. It means that some of the cultural aspects of, you know, what's been developed at Forest Heights would also possibly fit into what Hall's culture would be like. And then there could be some sharing of staff between the two entities to make sure that, you know, we get the most bang for the dollar of our staff. And that also can create some continuity for some of our students.
So would I be correct to understand if we went that way, the hope would be that Forest Heights would, students from Forest Heights would provide the foundation for the students at Hall, but would not be the totality of the students at Hall. There would still be opportunity for others.
That's exactly correct.
Thank you. That's all I have, Ms. Hatter.
Thank you, Director Adams. And thank you, Mr. Porter, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Rutherford for your information shared to the questions. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of mute mics, so I'm surprised that this isn't getting a lot of conversation as do we need to close it? If there's no one, I will close out the discussion.
Just one question.
Okay, Mr. Mason.
The capacity at the West Little Rock School of Innovation, what would be the capacity of students?
I'll take you through that, and I know that's one of the things we like about going on a tour is that you kind of get to feel the building, and so some of you did get to see that. Now, Mr. Rutherford and I don't totally agree on this one, so I believe that that you could have 125 students per class at that campus. I know that the number that often is used by Mr. Rutherford is 100, so we don't necessarily agree on that. But the thing is that there is flexibility in the model because if we do this right as a part of our innovation plan is that not all students would be on the campus at the same time. And so that campus can house more than just the 400 students based on the instructional model and delivery that we view and see in what's being created.
Mr. Mason, can I defend myself just for a second with Mr. Poor?
Well, you could let me ask where were those? Are you targeting students from Pulaski County? That's another question. You can go ahead and answer all that at one time.
Oh,
And
and can
I
I
think
add something to it that will play into his question? Can you also share where the current students, what attendance zone they are coming out of as well, if you have that information? Good question.
I think I can answer all those for y'all. So number one, that I think the key part is I don't disagree with Mr. Poor that there can be more than 400. I want to be clear, but if we had 400 that attended and actually went to school, that number fits based on the square footage in the building. And I'm talking about in-person students at one time. The idea to become a school of innovation and grow it from there and use the virtual component that y'all have heard a little bit about, to have virtual kids where teachers are housed out there teaching more. Honestly, it can grow even bigger than what Mr. Poor and I are talking about now. It could be much bigger for us as a district. Let me think about your other question, Mr. Mason. You asked, are we? So yes, we are working to get Pulaski County kids as well. And in that, we want those kids to attend. Obviously, we'll take any school choice student that we can get that's interested, that would rather come to us than go to a Pulaski County school kid or Pulaski County school, high school. So yes, and I will say this, the marketing that has been done out there by Ms. Heatherly and her team, and Mr. Wood, I know knows this because he's been kind of engaged in it before, but they've done a good job because we went from where there wasn't a whole lot of interest to where there's now, at least we're starting to get breath into that school with interest. And then the final one from Ms. Hatter, which was, help me, Ms. Hatter, one more time.
Where are the children coming from? What attendance zone are they coming out of?
They actually have, based on the new thing that we did last year with the attendance zones, they have their own attendance zone, which is they have the first right to get into West if they live, and it's out West. It's part of Pinnacle View's. Is it all of Pinnacle View's, Mr. Port? Attendance zone has the first right to get in West. If they do not go to West, they're in Central's attendance zone.
Okay, follow-up question on that, because we talked about this when we didn't have a board at CAB. So why is it that what makes that area different from the rest of the areas to where they are in multiple attendance zones?
Well, I guess I'll take a stab at it first, and Mr. Rutherford or Dr. Fields may join in. That when we were generating the idea of trying to have some enhanced competition in the northwest part of our district, we knew we needed to try to create some approach that first off would be attractive to parents. And then second, that we would have a way to allow the families that were closest to that school to have an access point to it. But we never were going to be able to come up with a boundary in that northwest sector that would really work just for Pinnacle View, or excuse me, for West School of Innovation, because it's such a smaller size, and Pinnacle View as a middle school is just under 1,000. So there's no way you could really ever figure out the right way to do just a little tiny attendance boundary up there for that school. So whether it's how people like that or not, I can't really, there are probably people that don't like it, but it was a creative way to try to allow to create a better option in that Northwest. And then second, to still honor the fact that you still had another traditional homeschool environment where you could go to.
Okay, I was just looking at it when I heard that, I was looking at it through a lens of equity, because correct me if I'm wrong, is there any other part of the city that have multiple school zones for high schools that is able to lapse over the way that Northwest does, Little Rock?
Not like that at all. The only other thing that you could say is that we do have magnets at West School of Innovation. We have magnets at Central High, and we have 2 magnet schools that have no attendance boundaries in Parkview and Hall.
Okay, thank you for the.
Ms. Hatter, if I could just to address that.
I'm sorry. I thank you for the information to our questions as I double as I piggybacked off of Mr. Mason's question. I did see Director Nolan had unmuted and muted back. Do you have anything before I go to Director Wood?
Well, go to Director Wood, and then I'm happy to ask questions after that. In fact, I'm happy to wait till the very end if anyone else has questions.
Director Wood, you are recognized.
Thank you. I do have several questions, but to address that last question that you presented about equity, I do think it's important to know that everyone in town can go to every high school in town. We have magnet options at every high school, and the practical effect is that there is no exclusion at West School of Innovation. When you have an allotment of 100 students per class and you have 50 or then 60, and now we have 125 in the class, are those from the attendance zone, Mr. Poor, or does that include students from outside the attendance zone for the 9th grade next year?
I'd have to turn to Mr. Fields or Mr. Rutherford on that, or we may have to put it on a placeholder. I'm not sure I can answer that question.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess.
One second, Director Wood. Mr. Rutherford unmuted. Mr. Rutherford, you are recognized.
Thank you, Ms. Hatter. Mr. Wood, I can't be 100. I know that a large majority of that 120 are out of that zone from there. I can't sit here, but I can get with Dr. Fields and get the actual number like Mr. Poor was talking about, make sure that the board knows.
Okay, when you say out of that zone, do you mean they live in the zone or they are from outside of the zone?
I'm saying the majority of them are inside of the West School of Innovation zone, but they're also, since it's a specialty school, I don't know if all 126 or whatever the number was came from that zone. I have to check with Dr. Fields to make sure I get back to y'all on that.
Yeah.
Director Woods, was that the end of your statement before you get into your questions?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Okay, I do want to make a very clear point that that is not a form of equity. That's the form of choice. And so I do want to make sure that like we are not confusing the two or painting it as something different that it's not. But that is a benefit of that West School of Innovation zone offers, is that for residents who live in that area, they have a dual zone for high schools. So I just wanted to point that out as to where people are not confused with equity and thinking that that's equity, because it's not. Director Woods, back to you for your questions.
Well, I'm not gonna argue, but I think there are many options available to every student in the city, regardless of where you live. You can go to almost every high school. In fact, I think you can go to every high school. So focusing on the elementary attendance, I picked up on, there was a comment that there was a group of pre-K students that initially registered but didn't attend. How many students was that?
That is a good question. I don't have that number right in front of me. I know it was a lengthy list. Dr. Fields, do you know exactly that number that we called out to?
About 625.
Yeah, okay. And then Mr. Smith, I picked up that you said you called them. What was the predominant reason for why they had chosen not to come?
Not having a virtual option.
Okay. So can we classify that as pandemic? That they just didn't want their students in an environment with other students, I guess?
Yes, sir.
All right. So then I guess the same questions for kindergarten. We had a decrease of 400 kindergartners. Have we got a pulse on why that is? Why we had a drop of 400 kindergartners this year?
That is a very good question. I haven't been able to pinpoint a specific reason because we did have an option for virtual students for pre-K So, I mean, for kindergarten. So I'm not certain what that reasoning is on the number there. So.
Okay. Does someone know if there was a great influx of competition at the kindergarten or even the pre-K level that we lost students to competition, or should we just assume that this is pandemic numbers that we're dealing with?
Dr. Fields, I don't know if you want to add to my comment on this one, but I think, especially looking at it across the state, that it looks to be more of a pandemic situation of them simply not showing up for kindergarten, not necessarily choosing a different option, other than many families did go towards a homeschool environment delivery at that elementary level. And remember, at the elementary level, kindergarten first, and then I'm trying to remember, I think the next grade that was the next worst, was it third or fifth, Mr. Smith?
Fifth.
Fifth grade, thank you. Dr. Fields, do you have anything to add to that?
Actually, your assessment is actually accurate.
Director Woods, do you have more questions?
Yes. Do we have an explanation for the 300, or even, just a theory, or we surveyed the loss of students in the 1 through 5 grades? I think it was 300 students.
It's a pretty similar explanation. Dr. Owa, would you quickly share the efforts with Engage Arkansas of giving an overview of what that looks like to try to recoup students?
Yes, sir. I'm pulling it up now.
Okay. Director Woods, do you have another question while Dr. Owa is pulling up that information?
I do, I guess. It shifts away from elementary, though, as we head into Hall. Then I guess it goes back to my original question that I guess is sitting in the parking lot is what is our self-evaluation? How are we critiquing ourselves to determine what messaging we've missed on when it comes to Hall? And I guess I want to first pause and say that I really appreciate that you pointing out our secondary numbers are healthy and are a solid place for the school district, and that's good. But as we start to grapple with these questions of what to do with these two buildings, these two campuses, it's going to become important as to, well, what does the future look like at each of them? And so what do we need to do at Hall to re-earn the trust of the community, to come back and to see the new fantastic offerings that we have there?
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'll jump in and answer that one. Woo, getting a lot of feedback. We actually have surveyed, Dr. Fields helped with this, I will say that, but we've surveyed our 8th grade parents to actually ask the question, where are they going to school and why did they choose that school, that high school, as their choice? Because we think that, Mr. Wood, will lead us off into exactly where you're going. Is we'll understand a lot better by doing the survey of 8th grade parents to know why they made the choices that they made. You don't, and I know the board understands this. You don't want to ask the question, well, why didn't you choose such and such school? So I think it will lead us down a good path. And then we can share that back with all of the board, and again, in a brainstorming manner, as well as share that back with all the faculty and staff and administration that's at Hall to say, here's what our parents are saying. I think that leads us, I think that helps us down the path. I know that's not a great answer for you, but we are reaching out to them, find out why did they make the choices that they made.
Okay. have we considered in our marketing efforts changing the name of Hall? Away from the use of the word hall?
Mr. Poor, I'm gonna leave that one to you.
If you could repeat the question, Mr. Wood, I'm sorry, we have a water main break and I was listening to a voicemail.
That's okay.
We have a water main break at Parkview tonight that has flooded our basketball court and probably gonna have to replace that court. Could you repeat the question?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I think that one of the challenges we have at Hall is a decades problem of, community reputation of the school and community trust with that campus. We have made remarkable changes there, and I'm wondering, are we entertaining the idea of, have we polled it, have we done study group, whatever we got to do to look at moving away from the name Hall at that location?
I will say that I have not, and that's because ever since I've come into this community, Hall has really had a very significant meaning to people, folks that graduated from that campus 20 and 30 years ago to students that just graduated this year. And there's a great deal of pride. It has a very strong alumni association. And so I would hate to take away the Hall name. I think that, kind of some of the other things that we started right before we went into this question segment of, what's right around the corner, for Hall and for West School of Innovation in terms of what's going to be announced with Ford NGL really will create a different opportunity. I think that the alumni at Hall still are going to go fight for it. I think that we as this community that's in this little group right here of leaders, we all have to fight for it. Everybody has to go put forth the best effort of pushing this forward. And I think it can be done.
Well, I agree with what you said about the alumni group there. In my time over the last 5 years working with you, there is no alumni group more prideful of their school than the tribe, and I agree with that. I think I hope we will scratch our heads about ways to still honor that group, and whether even if it was keeping the mascot but changing the name of the school. I think that might be a critical piece of future PR and marketing to reflect a drastic change from what the recent reputation was of the school. So just my 2 cents.
Director Wood, for the just for the sake of the audience, you mentioned there have been remarkable, I think is the word you use, change at Hall. Would you like to elaborate on the remarkable changes?
Oh, sure. The implementation of the STEAM curriculum has been very dramatic, if nothing else. The only thing that I believe that Hall's success is missing is students in the building. Joel Spencer being hired to direct the STEAM program there. He is one of the best science minds in the city, and he's in charge there. Some remarkable teachers recently joined the staff there from Parkview, I believe, and caused a little bit of uproar from the Parkview community. Sad to see such good quality teachers go over to Hall. A lot of work has gone into remaking the program there, and it is in my mind one of the best in the city. It has the opportunity with partnerships that I hate things like
Director Wood, can I just ask you, just because, you know, there might be someone that's watching that want to know, like exactly in what way has it been drastic? Like what are you referring to when you say drastic and really good, particularly like what are you referring to?
Well, I feel like I'm answering the question. I mean, maybe I'm not giving you the answer you want, but when you hire the city's best science instructor to come in and lead a science-focused instruction in the building, that is a dramatic and drastic change, and a change that is very good for the future of the students that are going to be there. They are going to benefit from him overseeing a science department there that will be phenomenal. When you recruit and bring in the you know, some of the best, I don't know, but some of the best science teachers from Parkview to be a part of your STEM program at Hall. And parents at Parkview are very sad to learn of the shift over to Hall. That means that you have a new high quality asset at Hall. And if I had a student on the verge of high school and thinking about a STEM career, I would absolutely have my student touring Hall and exploring the opportunity to go there. And that's a personal thing. I can just say that personally. If you had asked me 3 years ago, would you send your student to Hall? I think my answer would have been like a lot of parents in the city, no. But today, it would absolutely be a consideration for my kids to go to. And that means, to me, that's the best thing I can say about it, that I would be willing to send my kids there, having seen the things, the investments that they're making to move away from the decades of reputation, but to have a remarkable outlook, a future for that school. I think they've made enormous strides.
Okay, but yeah, okay, well, thank you for that. Because
Director Wood, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt, but I do have a few comments that I've been thinking in my head. You know, I'm a Forest Heights family. The idea has been, and we have Hall signs all over our campus promoting Hall High at Forest Heights. And I have some specific ideas on how we can try to make those connections, as Mr. Poor was saying, to kind of make that a K-12, because I understand the culture at Forest Heights. But I don't think families are not choosing that school because of the name or because of the history. I mean, I get lots of questions about specifically what are the classes my child's going to take. A lot of families say they don't want their kid to be the first. In some aspects, I think we're going to just have to have a small first class and have that first class, because they want other kids to go and get feedback. What was it like? Did you like the curriculum? Did you not? They want that personal, they want their neighbor to go and tell them how it was like. So I don't think it's the name at all. And a lot of our families choose Central and Parkview, and some of that is they have long-standing programs. And the question I got a lot last year was, what is different at Hall? What really makes Hall different than Parkview? And honestly, I couldn't answer it. It's hard to find that information online, that what really makes it different. So I think we've got to be really concrete about what are the specific courses as a freshman you're going to take, what are the specific courses as a sophomore that are offered there that are not at Southwest, that are not, you know, and hopefully the Ford NGL can promote some of that. But I think we've got to be real specific, because the parents at Forest Heights got a lot of questions. Like, they want details. They want to see the curriculum. What is the outline they're going to learn? You know, and that's a great thing about our school, but they want the details.
You know, Director Wilson, I'm glad that you brought that up, because that's a very true and honest assessment, that's the reason on why families are not choosing Hall at the moment, because it's in the process of building out a program and filling it in, and then it's not a full functioning high school right now, and people don't want to gamble like the last 4 years of their children's education on hope or a possibility. And so I do believe that once it's built out and everything is in place, and we take the time to build a successful program, much as what Director Calloway mentioned earlier about sustainability of the programs and moving forward. I think that it would be a really good school, but I think that we would have to take a Marvin Burton approach to the same way he did Southwest High School, or else a Dr. J. Pickering approach the way he did Pinnacle View, and building it out to be sustainable even after they leave. And so I do appreciate you for being honest and being able to address the elephant in cyberspace on why parents have not choosing Hall in great numbers the way that they are choosing other schools. And so, and part of that is just because the program's not all the way built out yet. And that's really the truth of the matter. It's not about a name change. It's not about demonizing our past staff members there or anything like that. It's just we are in transition, and this is what this retreat was about. It was to get information from the district, and then as a board have a conversation about the options and the information that we have heard. I am kind of surprised that the conversation is not as robust and meaty as it thought to have would have been, because it is a very big topic that we would have to move with lightning speed on, because we're coming up against contract times and things like that. And so we would need to move pretty quickly, as we will after this meeting, going into public comment and things like that. Director, let me first, Director Wilson, did you make your final point?
I wasn't trying to interrupt Director Woods if he has more questions. I just wanted to point that out as a Forest Heights parent and family. Like, those are the feedback I get, from other parents.
Mm-hmm.
So is that a failure to communicate then, Mr. Poor, what the new program is?
I think it's because it's not built out yet. They haven't had time to fill it in. And that's just an honest, just off the cuff assessment. You don't have to be an insider, right, to know that. It's just the program is not all the way built out yet, especially with, we have 40 incoming freshmen that have signed up. It's not enough to create a freshman class. And two, parents want to know exactly what classes their children's going to take. Students want to know what are the opportunities. And so it's not really at this point, you keep talking about choice and why parents are not coming, and you have two parents telling you why it's not a choice for some of the parents right now. And it's because, honestly, and just, a matter of fact, it's not a full functioning high school. And right as we are going into looking at what the options are in creating it, if it's going to be a STEM or whatever, just from a parental standpoint and a student standpoint, what student and what parent is going to do choose that at this moment. So that's why I really thought that this conversation would be centered around those options that, like, the district proposed, but yet it's not, which is a little concerning, because at the end of the day, we're going to have to vote to accept the recommendation, reject it, or to amend it. And so instead of asking a lot of hypothetical questions and thinking about the past history and what could be and the name changes and all that, then we really need to be looking at looking forward to saying, what does a fourth full functioning high school in Little Rock look like, that would attract parents to even look that way, that will attract students to look that way, to even want to apply. So I'm going to yield my thoughts right there. I have many more, but at the same time, I am concerning that like we are not having a more robust and colorful conversation about these options. Director Calloway.
I I think that we have to have some stability, like I stated earlier, as far as that school is concerned. And I think that changing the name of Hall is a horrible idea, but that's just my opinion. But you need to at least have some time to build up the population. If you do it, they will come. I think we have some good ideas. But what we're working with right now that I can see is we're just working with the numbers that we have here. I don't know exactly how student registration works these days, but I'd like to give it both schools. They need a shot, you know, and you really don't. People will. I think you will get more negative comments from the community. In fact, I'm sure you would about changing the name. But this would be a positive thing as far as the STEM Academy. And like it's like Ms. Smith said before, you have to put the publicity out there. People don't know what's going on at Hall, and whatever happened in the past, because I've never worked there, you know, that's in the past. I just think you would turn off a lot of people if you did that.
And
my opinion.
And you bring up a very good point, you know, because even the publicity, or if you will, and then I'm just going to start addressing a lot of elephants really quick, but but even the conversations coming out of the building around targeting, particularly in doing a laser focused target on our white middle income families only into that district. I think that is also hurting our recruitment efforts, or else only focusing it on a small parameter of the schools, or not having a very built out program, and then we're asking people to just come in and trust and be a part of, as Director Wilson said, and just be the first. And so like we have some things that like we really need to address and build out. And I think that's in good faith. I think that's what the district is trying to do with these options. However, we are, for some reason, as a board, we're not really talking about the options that like the district have proposed, not only for Hall, but also for West.
Right.
No one mentioned West High School. So this is me talking to my board. I don't understand what's going on, because we have 126 students at West High School in a 3-level building. They also said something about having a virtual option being paired with the district. So does that mean that all virtual students are going to be housed out of there? So does that mean the AP courses that Mr. Rutherford talked about being a virtual option being housed out of there? What does those numbers look like? Who when a child does that, what school does that child belong to? What about extracurricular activities? I mean, we talked there's also talk about recruitment. So you guys, there's some serious stuff that I really thought that we would be talking about. And frankly, I'm disappointed that like we are not having a really robust conversation, particularly around Hall, which I thought that we would lead in with West and dedicate a lot of our time to haul. So I'm going to pause right there. Two, it's going on 9 o'clock. And so like, I guess this is not really the best time to start it now, but at the same
We've been
time,
waiting to take turns to ask questions. So
Really?
no,
Really?
I get that. In 1 second, please. I get that, but there wasn't a lot of questions on the board. So that's why I allowed Mr. Director Wood to have so much more time because everybody stayed muted. So Director Nolan, you are recognized because Miss Calloway had her parking lot question and she did ask. And so I'm just trying to make sure that we're having a very good conversation.
Well, I just meant you seem concerned that certain things haven't been brought up yet, but there are a lot of people I think that still have questions.
Right.
And I have a lot, and I know that I always have a lot. I am happy to wait until the very end, and we don't have to have a quorum. If people want to get off, that is fine. So I will go ahead and again, step back and say if there are other people that have questions, go for.
No, Director Dolan, just go ahead and ask your questions, but try to be as succinct as possible because it is approaching 9 o'clock, and yeah. So it's but
okay,
we're here.
I'm gonna go. These are not in a very clear order, but one, the streamlining of the schedules. Mr. Rutherford and Mr. Smith, I believe y'all both talked about that. Is that comparable to what we see in other districts around us and in the charter schools and private schools that we compete with, or is that something totally different?
No, it is. It's very comparable to what other districts do. And again, we've been at the point, to be honest with you, we did above and beyond, way above and beyond, to be honest with you. And so as we look at the finances of the district as well, and the FTEs and staffing, that's where the conversation, that was the reason, Ms. Nolan, for the audit that I mentioned earlier on the master schedules.
I want to make sure that if we are, we're talking about enrollment and recruiting, and we have to compete with these other schools. So I want to make sure that by streamlining schedules, we're not taking things off the table that other schools are able to offer. Okay.
No, ma'am. As a matter of fact, that's why I said 10 times, we are not getting rid of Avid. We're not getting rid of GT. And so, yes, ma'am, we have all that.
Okay. One of my questions listed here, which I think we touched on, but it was about the reasons for the declining pre-K and K, the elementary, pre-K and elementary enrollment. I'm a little bit concerned or confused. It makes perfect sense to me that enrollment for this school year, the 2020-2021, would be affected, especially at pre-K, because that virtual option was taken away. And I will be fully transparent. I am one of those families. We are a pre-K family that did not attend because the virtual option was removed. I don't think that would naturally carry over to next year. And it makes me worry that there is something else happening if we are seeing a big decline in enrollment for the upcoming school year, the 2021-22 school year, in those numbers. And so I just want to suggest that we really look at that and figure out, if we can possibly, what is going on. I want us to, we've had gaining numbers in pre-K enrollment up until COVID hit, correct? I mean, I looked at Dr. Owa's dashboard. So it looked like our numbers were going up and up and up and up until we hit COVID. But it doesn't make a ton of sense to me that they would still be down for next year. And so I just want to put that out there, that it makes perfect sense to me that this year would be impacted, but people choosing not to register for next year, I'm not sure. It's not exactly a question. I thought I had a question there, but I go ahead. Yes.
I understand what you're saying.
Wait, 1 second. I'm just trying to. I want to keep this like going really, in an order to where we could move through it. So, Director Nolan, if you could finish, Director Calloway, I'll come to you, and then Director Woods, you will be next, unless it requires for all of us to just start having a roundtable conversation.
And that may be fine. I mean, that may be the most productive, if it's something that we're throwing out questions, like that was a pretty open-ended question about what's really going on at the pre-K level. It may be most helpful that we just talk about that for a minute and come back. It's up to y'all.
Well, Director Nola, I think that we're still having a reluctancy from the community as it relates to where we are with the vaccine and COVID. So you still have families that are reluctant to make a decision to re-engage in the in-person setting.
Exactly.
Okay. Do we have any indication? I'm guessing that the indication is going to be the same, but about offering any sort of virtual options for pre-K for next year? I know the state didn't allow it this year. I know that next year we may have even more limited virtual options available. I'm not sure what they're going to allow. But is that even a possibility for next year?
At this current time, there's been no discussion to offer a virtual option for pre-K.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
What I was going to say prior to and now, a lot of this depends on COVID. Really, people are keeping their kids out of school because of COVID. I understand that, even though mine are all grown. But that's one of the reasons, Ms. Nolan, that to me that's the elephant in the room as well. Let's be real. That's the reason why the public, then they're waiting to the last minute. And if I don't have, if it gets better, I'll put my kids in there. If not, if it's, I'm not going to put them in there. Okay. Now, it's just, and I tell you what, in naming schools and whatever, maybe y'all want to look at who are these schools named after, or besides directions. That's one thing I thought about, because I have no idea. But I really just think that we need to slow down and finish what we're doing to bring people in now.
Director Calloway, I couldn't agree more, because I think that especially at the elementary level, the concerns with parents and COVID, it is a very high concern. It's something that parents were talking about last year, all throughout the summer. And so like COVID is still with us. It's going to be with us for the next school year. And so like, that is something that's really out of our control. As long as we have really good sustainable programs and sustainable schools, I mean, I think people are going to come in. I think that people also know across the country, most schools, they are trying their best with the social distancing, but our buildings are not big. The classrooms are not made to social distance with 6 to 12 feet. And so sometimes I think we get caught up in reiterating some of the same points that people just find more creative ways to answer the same questions. So if we're able to go ahead and move forward with the questionings, definitely never want to silence anybody, but at the same time, I do think that we do need to be mindful of where we are now, and then also we still need to look forward, because again, 2025, and I need you guys to understand this. I've been saying this for a few years. 2025, we're going to have a very different district. We have a very different district now from just a few years ago. And so let's not allow the pandemic to put all of our for us to put all of our energy into talking about the right now of the pandemic. We know we have to make sure that our district is doing everything they can possible to keep folks safe. But at the same time, we do need to start projecting ahead, because we are consolidating schools. We are moving things forward. We're going to have a smaller, leaner district. We got to get out of Title V. We got to look at the hook that might keep us. We got to look at the legislative bills that are going to affect us. So like this work session, it is to hear the information, of course, about what's going on with our enrollment from pre-K or infant all the way up to 12th grade, and then look at these options, which is where I thought a lot of this conversation would be honed in on. I don't know if it's just the heaviness of it, and so we want to really deal with the first part of the presentation or what, but at the same time, we do need to get into these heavier, more controversial topics and just like deal with it. And so we can move on with the next process of Hall High in West Innovation.
Okay.
Director Adams.
I don't know, did Miss Nolan?
I'm sorry. I thought it was, I'm sorry, Director Nolan.
No, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm happy to cede my time and finish
No,
at the end, but I do have, okay, so just to keep going. So still on the pre-K, the pre-K elementary level, because I do have questions about the high school level. I just want to do them kind of in order. Do we have any information about the demographics of the city overall? I mean, the thought occurred to me, is there a change in the demographics? Like, do we have any indication of like, are these students that are going somewhere else and they are just not coming to LRSD, or are we seeing, you know, shifts in how many students there are of that certain age group?
It goes back to Ms. Nolan, the fact that this is happening all over the country in urban and it's exactly what Ms. Calloway said, that there are families that are scared to death to bring their children in. And so there's not a mass migration or movement. It is a conscious decision by families to say they're going to homeschool or keep them at home. So that's the answer to that.
I don't think, so that wasn't actually my question. My question is about knowing for the city of Little Rock, for the geographic area we serve, the district, how many students are of the age group that would be eligible to be in our pre-K programs or our elementary programs that we are not getting in? Like, do we know how many students there are that we are just not seeing enroll in LRSD programs?
Well, I mean, our trajectory, like was shared earlier, has been that we've increased the pre-K enrollment every year until this year. So there hasn't been a mass migration of people out. In fact, there are younger families moving into Little Rock right now. A good example of that is the revitalization around Rockefeller Elementary right now. So, you know, there are things that are happening that are positive. It's just this pandemic, and we've got to address it to try to make people feel safe.
And, you know, I think you said that off of the word is feel safe. I think that, you know, we're all grappling and trying to make people have a comfort zone to come back in. But I think that we all know that in this pandemic, living in the state that we live in, we have to take the ownership of ourselves to make sure that we are doing what we can to keep our family and our loved ones and those close to us safe. And we just, you know, you can, an entity, regardless of what type it is, can only do so much. That's why the governor in the beginning created that protection of liability around companies, because of, you know, people want to feel safe. It's kind of like with the police. I mean, you feel safe when you see them, but it's bad. But back to you, Director Nolan.
So I guess what I'm trying to get at, and I'm not doing a very good job, but is my concern is that we have students in the city that may not be enrolled in kindergarten anywhere. I mean, are we going to see in LRSD in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, the repercussions of the fact that there are students that are not, I mean, and I want to make sure that that's on the table as well, that we're talking about, you know, the idea that if we're seeing a drop in enrollment and everyone is seeing a drop in enrollment, but there are the same number of kids, there are a lot of kids that aren't being served or being reached. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what is happening with those kids and how we are going to address it. The address it part is a harder, I mean, we need to address that separately, but.
I hope I said that, Ms. Nelm, before, but you've got a big spike in homeschooling. And then the second thing is there are people that are flat out are not engaged at all, one way or the other.
And the other thing I would add to that, because I know when I was campaigning, we have a large number of parents and families in the district, depending on where you live, and that makes a difference. Your zip code matters. Depending on where you live, we have some families that have never been in the Little Rock School District. They've only been in other avenues of K through 12 education. We have some families that have a split household, right, where some goes to the Little Rock School District, but the siblings go to another school, or they go to Robinson, or they go, and then it's not only in certain parts of the town. I think we have to pay attention, and this is what it goes back to 2025. We have to realize that, like, we have 3 districts in the city of Little Rock. We have 2 charter schools that are K through 12, and we have Little Rock School District. Then we have a lot of mom and pop charters. So at the same time, I think our recruitment efforts, we are going to just we have to do branding, and we have to sell what we have, because at the end of the day, from my perspective, and from just being involved over the time, Little Rock School District is still providing services to families that are in the zone, and even to other educational entities and abroad that are not directly, primarily in our district. But then we are providing nutrition, we're providing special ed services, we're providing support services and extracurriculum activities. And so, and not all of these children attend the Little Rock School District. And so that is just a benefit, another benefit that they have by being technically in our zone. So we just have to do a better job at recruiting and branding, and going back 7 or 8 years, just like Miss Pam talked about them, and then when we was with that phenomenal marketing firm, which we got to get that name of it, and re-engage those type of conversations, because everybody was excited and we saw enrollment go up back then.
Okay.
So Director Nolan?
Yeah, so I need to finish kind of my train of thought that I'm trying to get to, which is that we don't have a demographic decline. We have students that are essentially choosing homeschool or not engaging at all that we're going to have to deal with. I understand the hesitation for being in person due to COVID, and that is an ongoing concern, and that's probably a big part of our pre-K issue. But if we have families, and if it sounds like there's an appreciable number that are choosing homeschool instead of engaging with our virtual option and being an enrolled student in our district, that's part of what we need to figure out, is why is that a more appealing option than doing the virtual option within our district? Why are we losing some of those students? And so when we talk about marketing and talk about, recruiting, if that is part of where we are losing students, then we need to address it head on. Is it a perception that our virtual option is too demanding or too cumbersome? I mean, I don't know what the holdup is, because in my mind, we are offering through the district the same thing that they may be choosing to do outside of the district in terms of homeschooling or a virtual charter. And so if we're losing those students, let's figure out what it is about what we're offering that isn't appealing.
Director Hatter, excuse me, let me say something.
Yes,
this has to be said, and you know what? It's coming from a proud board member. It makes no sense for us to sit here and have a 4-hour discussion and we don't have no goals. Now the district, they came to us and they done told us what the problem is. They have just laid it out. I mean, it can't get any simpler than that. And actually, the questions that you're asking, the information is already there. We have a recruitment problem, so we need some goals. If we're going to be on a meeting for 4 hours, when we leave, we should have a plan of action. I mean, there's nothing else to do. They didn't give you everything they can give you. We have to respect time. And Director Hatter, I heard you say that you're a little disappointed, but you have control. You got to get control of these discussions. You have got to do it. And this is nothing personal, guys. It's really not. But we're beginning to look like we're ineffective. We don't want to have ineffective meetings. If the district gives you the information, if there's something we can do to help resolve, that's what we need to do. We don't need to sit here and keep, all we're doing is spinning our wheels on issues. You don't have to do that. We have a recruitment problem. What are we going to do about it? These are the options, 1, 2, and 3. Where do we want to start? And I promise you, if it had went like that, everybody would be at home at 7:38. You have to respect these people. They have families, they have children. Some of them have to cook dinner. You have to respect time. When they give you the information, then it's time for us to go to work. So we're going to get ready and get off this meeting at 9:30, and we're still right where we started from. What are the options, Director Hatter? I heard you say, well, we have options and we have not discussed. Well, you have to keep them out front, and you have to keep everybody focused. Guys, don't take this personally, but I'm telling you.
Director Johnson, just
let me finish, because it's nothing personal. Don't take it personal.
Oh, it's not
just
personal.
From experience. Okay, it's just from experience, because it's 9-something and we don't have any, like, okay, this is what we need to do. Pam put it out there. Okay, this is what we're doing. Where do we want to tap into what she's doing to recruit? You know what? Sometimes it really doesn't matter if the student is white, green, purple, or what zip code. If Hall is offering something that's great for students, then we need to go out there and get them all and try to recruit them all. And so that's the way I look at it. We need to have a plan of action. Now, we need to recruit. We need to bring students in. And basically right now, that's probably the only thing we need to focus on, because I promise you this. If we go out there and we do that and we put our heart and soul into it, I promise you 2022, 21, 22, and 23, 4, 5 will take care of itself. I promise you it will do that. So we have to kind of stay focused when we're in these meetings, because our discussions are we're just spinning. We're just going around. And actually, if you just sit back and listen, everybody is asking the same questions. We're different people, and we just ask the questions differently. So we got to get control of this. I mean, we got to do it.
Director Johnson, I hear you, and trust and believe when I tell you it's nothing personal. As a person that understands how to communicate with people as well as organize people, I do understand that. But at the same time, I also understand that this is a board, and then that everybody has a right to ask their questions. They have a right to express their thoughts and their opinions. And one thing that we're not going to do, we're not going to start silencing or censoring or even directing people's thoughts. And then I get the fact that it may be frustrating. However, we have to remember that we just heard about a 45 minutes to an hour presentation of different information from the district. And so with that, yes, some of us have said and asked or touched on some of the same topics. However, we have a 9-member board. So if everybody do not participate at the same level, then, that is one's own personal choice. But at the same time, we do respect not only each other's time, but we also respects the public's time, because we want them to stay tuned in and to understand exactly what is going on in their district, regardless if they attend our district or else they are a taxpayer within our district or our future family. I do agree that, like, we will walk away with goals because we have them. However, this thing here to tonight, we heard options for West School of Innovation and Hall High School. However, we also heard information about early childhood education, primary school, as well as secondary school. And so we had a lot of information given to us, as well as changes, and then as well as downsizing and staff. And so, like, we heard a lot of stuff. And so I get the fact that, like, you may feel otherwise, but as a former board member on our elected board, I'm sure that like you remember those 2 a.m. meetings where we're not going to have long meetings like that. But at the same time, this is a work session. And so if you do need to get off at 9:30, we will totally appreciate that. And then we can always bring you up to speed on what happened afterwards. Director Nolan.
Oh, excuse me. Wait a minute, Madam Director Hatter. Let me just clarify something, because I'm not one of those that go back and forth, and I'm not sarcastic about anything I just said. But let me say something to you. I'm not saying that people don't speak, but I know that there is a time frame. Sometimes you can allow a person 2 to 3 minutes. I get that. I really do. But, you know, I hate that you felt like you had to, I don't know if you felt like you had to just say that. I'm not saying you silence people. No, that is not what I'm saying at all. We should address those issues. I get that. But what I'm saying to you is that it's a time, we can do it better in a timely fashion. That is all I'm saying. And if that wasn't received in that fashion, I do apologize. Okay? Now, I can sit here to 12 o'clock. I have no problem with that. But what I'm saying to you, sometimes you have to pay attention to time, and we have to respect it. And that's all I'm saying. And I am not saying that people shouldn't ask questions, but I do know this. Sometimes there are questions that can be answered beforehand. I know there are questions you can send to Mr. Port, and he will get them answered, and he will send them to you. That will help with time. So all I'm trying to do is just be helpful and just bring up some insight and just share some info and some experiences. And that's all I'm doing. Okay, so I'm done with that.
Director Johnson, thank you for that. And two, just know I do share the thought about time. I mentioned it a few times already, but I do appreciate your words, your thoughts, and then your experience of before, and that's the truth, because that's what it is. So Director Nolan, you were talking about in two. We do need to move on. Again, myself as well as the district, through our pre-conversation, we really thought that we would spend a lot more time on these options. And I think this is my 4th or 5th time saying that. However, we have got bogged down in early childhood, and we touched on Hall, and we touched on West Innovation, we touched on sustainability of programs, and we touched on our enrollment. However, we cannot talk about recruitment and branding and all that until we figure out what are we doing with the direction of these 2 schools. So with that, I'm going to allow you to go ahead. Well, go ahead and finish your point. Director Adams is definitely holding in the queue, as he's been so patiently walking back and forth. So if we can go ahead and go ahead and finish up your comments, so we could do this, so we can get to our last slide. We're almost finished. This is the last piece of the major part of this work session.
Okay. Couple of things real quickly. One, we do have options to deal with for Hall, but we were presented with budgetary projections that address really big declines in enrollment that we have to address. I thought that was part of this work session. That is why I have continued to ask questions that focus on it. Regarding drops in enrollment, I'm going to say one more thing about pre-K and elementary, which is that I have started sending Mr. Poor some correspondence that I get from parents that are having trouble with student registration. I've heard from principals, and I've heard from parents that this could be part of what our enrollment barriers include. I'm not saying that it's the whole problem. I want us to include that. I'm not going to go down on a tangent. We don't have much time, but I do think that looking at the student registration process, streamlining it, and really making sure that we're addressing customer service is going to be a part of, the whole system hinges on getting those kids registered. And so we have to make sure that we do that well. The next thing that I will say is, and I'm sorry, hang on. The Forest Heights STEM Academy plan. I didn't hear anyone talk about any input so far from Forest Heights STEM Academy. So I was going to ask, have those conversations been started? What is the feedback from the leadership at Forest Heights STEM Academy or from Hall?
Superintendent Poore, would you like to share that information, please?
Sure. We have not had any formal conversations to do that type of connection. We have made them aware that this would be discussed tonight, but we have not moved forward in any formal way.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, Director Adams, can you have the floor?
Thank you, Ms. Hatter. A couple of quick comments and a question for Ms. Wilson, if I can. So it was a presentation that Mr. Poore gave about the different options for West and Hall. At least for me, I'm certainly in that boat of it is too soon to stop that, to stop those efforts. A bunch has been invested in those efforts, and both of those schools have started in a really strange time. They got a slow start, and when they made the change, and then we've been in this crazy pandemic year, and I would certainly be thinking about continuing on before making a judgment that was something that we should pull out of. But I thought that since Ms. Wilson was willing to make a comment about Forest Heights, and since I'm not supposed to talk to Ms. Wilson about this outside of this meeting, and she had some insight as a parent, I thought, Ms. Wilson, would you be willing to share just your first impressions of the suggestion that Forest Heights be in some ways connected to Hall as a K-12 as a parent?
So, I mean, my thoughts on that as a parent is I think that would be great. Part of why parents like the K-8 is because we already make those relationships at the middle school level in kindergarten, in first grade. I already know some of the teachers in the middle school. We have the same principal. It's great for siblings. And so I think if we want to recruit those families, we're going to have to really have a partnership from Hall to Forest Heights, which means those parents, those kids, seeing those teachers could be a virtual option. With the pandemic, our teachers are doing all kinds of video lessons and sending out videos, and that could be something that either Hall students or Hall teachers do that then get pushed out through our app. Actually made a list of things, and I don't want to spend the whole time on that, but I think people like Forest Heights because it's this little community. We get the band, we get the football, we have theater, we have band and choir and all those cool things. We're going to have that relationship. A lot of Forest Heights parents kind of took that leap when they reconstituted it and made it the K-8. But it's scary for them to think about doing it at another time where in high school, the teachers communicate with the student. They don't communicate with the parents. So I don't know this teacher. I don't know this principal. They're not going to pick up the phone and call me and say, hey, Johnny's not doing his homework. I know he normally does. What's going on with him? Which is kind of what happens at Forest Heights. Even though they moved to the middle school, there's that relationship. So they know Johnny or Susie is not living up to their normal. And so I think we're going to just really have to work on that, basically.
Thank you. I would just say, since we're kind of in a more of a work session situation, Ms. Hatter, and Mr. Poore, that my part of me is attracted to that idea of connecting Forest Heights and Hall, because I think there's some natural fit, and that might be able to provide the foundation and stability. And in all honesty, I have a little bit of ambivalence about it, because if Hall becomes perceived as a school that we want it to be, and we think it can be, as a real attractive place to go, then I have some concern about the families who aren't in Forest Heights feeling like that they've got an inside track and a privilege that the other ones don't. later on. And so the short term, maybe the short term fix may become a long term problem. And anyway, I find myself having some mixed thoughts, about that, and I want to think about that some more.
Well, Director Adams, I think that you brought up a good point, as well as Director Wilson sharing from a parental standpoint, because I've heard from another, I believe she's a parent or grandparent at that school, and then it's kind of right along the lines of Director Wilson, but two, you guys, we still got to give them something to come to. I mean, going back to what Director Wilson said. And so that is building out that program, because that program isn't in full swing. The high school is not in full swing. And as it was mentioned before, parents are not willing to gamble again, particularly on the last 4 years of the K through 12 system. And I remember when Forest Heights, transitioned over, and oh yeah, and you was on the board, Director Adams, and so you understand and remember that as well. So again, we are going to have these talks. We're going to have another work session, and hopefully we could start right there at that point where you and Director Wilson is leaving us off at, to where we could talk about the options moving forward that was presented. We already know that 2 of the 4 options for Hall is off the table, which is no change, and then looking at the closure, none of us is looking to close Hall High School, but we are looking to transform it and change it into something that is that will attract students and families. And I would like to see the conversation centered more around families and students, instead of from administrative a standpoint. So with that, you all, we have had a very robust conversation. We got a lot of information. I do understand that was a lot, so maybe people are just digesting it. One thing that I would suggest is for you guys to go back and watch these lives, to where you can see what was missed, what was covered, what needs to be maybe brought out again. That is something that I do quite often. Actually, I've gone back and watched every last one of our meetings, and so that provides a good framework. It's kind of like watching your game after you played it. So with that, I am going to, my next thought here is I want to remind you guys to continue to read your emails and your attachments and your links that are embedded in the emails that come from the district. Particularly, I think Dr. Owa is the one who mainly sends out a lot of our information. He has created this really good interactive data dashboard that gives us a lot of information right at our fingertips, and that will be updated constantly, right as information change. You guys are also able to request more relevant information to be added, right, if it will be relevant to the entire board. And then 2, just remember, right as we govern the district, just to remember our roles and how our roles and our words, they have heavy meaning. So right when we're interacting, even myself, people don't just see Vicki Hatter, the mom, or Vicki Hatter, the advocate, or Vicki Hatter. However, they know me in that capacity. They see me as the board president are being on the board, on the Little Rock School Board. And so I say that to remind you guys that when we're talking to particularly personnel, make sure that we are not putting them in compromising positions, or else if they seem hesitant, just be mindful of that. And that's about it. We have had a pretty good work session. There's much to think about, to go back and make notes. And so on our next step, we can dive into some of the other issues. Budget, that is something we did not talk heavily about, which I thought it would have been intertwined with the conversation about the options, because that plays into our options and what we choose, especially since some of our building costs for one of the two high schools is at was it 7 million? Did I see those commas correctly? So, so we do need to address that as well. Superintendent Poor, I think there was where you guys finished, you guys meaning the district, excuse me, finished with presenting all the information, or did we just?
We had one more slide, but I think that slide can wait till Mr. Bailey's presentation next week, in terms of just some things of how we're managing our budget. And so we'll hold off on that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Sorry, I did have some closing remarks that I wanted to mention. Okay, well, I can't find it in my little notes because I closed the book. It was along the lines, I think Director Calloway we put something else in the parking lot and now I can't find it. So I'll bring it up at our next board meeting. So with that, I appreciate you guys. I'm looking forward to our next discussion. Superintendent Poor, do you want to provide what the next steps are? Because at this point, I'm thinking we do need to have another session so we could really talk about the options and moving forward. And so we can go into public comments out loud.
This is an item that is on our agenda even for next week, in terms of just where we go with enrollment, in particular with the two high school possibilities. I actually think there was a lot of valuable conversation that was provided us tonight of, what we kind of got to continue to work on. And so I think there was a lot of things that were positive about tonight, and appreciate everybody's time and effort. And we'll be ready on Thursday to tackle this topic again.
Awesome sauce. Okay, so so that tells me that we're going to have a lengthy meeting possibly. So make sure you guys come ready for that possibility. And with that, you guys have a wonderful evening and stay warm, and I'll see you guys next week.
All right, it was nice seeing you all. Have a good one.
Hey, Chandrika. Hey, Director Morning.
Y'all have a good evening.
You too.